Weiss Schwarz. My name is Lisa Lavitz. I'm a chair VTuber. Today we're going to be talking about Blue Archives. We're going to be reviewing all the cards in the set. The set just released really recently. It's very foot set. And I'm going to be talking about like all the different cards. I have a rating system. 1 star means it's absolutely trash, don't bother. Unless it's like, I don't know, like it's a waifu deck. Or some other very limited restriction deck. 2 stars means it's like a tech card. It's good to have. Or maybe it's like an average card, but just slightly worse. 3 stars means it's a pretty decent profile. It's gonna belong in the types of decks that really need it. But not particularly notable. 4 stars means it's a pretty damn good profile, and usually better than other profiles that are similar. That you'd find in other modern sets. And then 5 stars means an absolutely fantastic card. 5 stars are going to be very rare, but they're the kinds of cards that make you want to play the set. I'm going to be reviewing it as if you're playing Neo Standard in a JP English mixed format. So, you know, if you take this to your locals, is it going to do well? Are the cards going to give you a lot of variety, give you a lot of strikes? Yeah, and hopefully talk about the sorts of things that you want to think about during deck building and making your cards. A lot of my chat isn't super, Weiss veterans, so this is gonna be definitely more oriented to people who are just starting Weiss. So if you're not sure what a cheery is, or a JC, or any of the weird jargon you hear at your locals, don't worry, we're gonna be reading all the cards. And I'll talk a lot more about the profiles than normal. If you are, like, super veteran, try Pittsburgh Weiss Schwarz. I think they did one of this. Or Strictly Broken, one of them. I can't remember which one does the JP ones, but I'm pretty sure they put out a video just like this. Alright, so without further ado, let's get into it. We're gonna start off with the trial deck. This is the first card in the trial deck, 00 Haruka. If you have another Kavodos character, that's the common trait. All the cards in the set have Kavodos as a trait. So, basically just, whenever you see Kavodos, just assume it's a character. This gets +1 level and 2500 power. So it becomes a 3500 powered character and a level 1. This is actually not bad. I actually kind of really like this. For a plussing level 0, which is a card that you're expecting to live at level 0, it's pretty decent. You can't side attack over it. Doesn't do anything else, but the condition is so fucking free. It's gonna always be a 3500 powers character, so I'm actually gonna give this one 3 stars. I think this is actually pretty decent. There's definitely better plussing zeros in other sets, but I think this is pretty much on par. A 00 jury. Auto. Pay 1. Put the top card of your deck into clock. So, pay 1 stock and ping yourself for 1 damage. When this is sent from the stage to the waiting room, you may pay cost. If you do, choose 1 Kavonos character from your waiting room and add it to hands. Okay, so this is a Ricky. This is a salvage Ricky. It's not dual timed. It doesn't really have any additional power. This is not very good. This is okay. You'll play it if you need it. I don't remember if there's a better Ricky in the set. But it's a good profile. It's just not very notable. Fleming at 2 stars. It's basically a vanilla salvage Ricky. It's really nothing special. Junko. 1/1 Junko says level 1, it costs 1 stop to play it. Continuous. Experience 2. During your level, if the sum of levels in your level zone is 2 or more, this gets plus 4,000 power. Oh yeah, so that's part of the theme in Blue Archive. There's gonna be a lot of experience, so... Why experience conditions? That's pretty good. I actually don't mind experience as a condition. None of them are too insane. So that is something to keep in mind if you're getting into Blue Archives. Is that you have to have specific high-level cards on in your level. Auto, pay 1 at the start of Encore step. If you do not have any other rested characters in your front row, you may pay the cost. If you do, rest this. It's big, but it's only big during your turn. And then the rest of the time, it's kind of small for a 1/1. And its auto effect is pay 1 encore, but like... only if literally all your other cards are reversed. I don't see there being any reason to have this. 1 star. 1 star, unfortunately. This'll be a card that you probably get rid of out of your trial deck really fast. Akari. Just a 2/1. So you have to be level 2 to player. It costs 1 stock. Act. Backup 3,500. So 3,500 backup. Alright, that's 2 stars. It's a backup. I like the backups that have lots of power. This just is a big power backup. A lot of 2/1 backups will have other effects, but less power. And they have a lot of utility, but having this as an option is always nice. And I definitely think the set has other options too, so if you have to make it over a certain power line, you might put this in your deck. Mutsuki. Tutu Mutsuki. I like her art. This is really freaking cute art. I don't know, I think I like her expression. Her expression's very cute. Like, I wish I could do that face. Continuous. Experience 3. During your turn, if the sum of levels in your card zone... Wait, whoops. During your turn, if the sums of levels of cards in your card zone is 3 or more, this gets plus 6,000 power. And then auto, pay 1 at the start of encore step. If you do not have any other rested characters in your front row, you may pay cost. If you do, rest this. So it's basically the same as the 1-1, except bigger. I mean, there is a use case for this, but it's just... You're gonna replace this card. Ah, that fucking sucks. I hate that, because her art is so cute. But, like, there's just not really any reason to play this. Actually, I don't know. This one might make more sense because she does get to 13k. Oh no, she's a 2-2. Yeah, this isn't worth it. This isn't worth it. If she was at 2-1 and got to 13k and then had this other effect, she'd actually be a 2-star. But the fact that you have to pay 2 and then she's not going to survive on the cross turn. So that means you have to pay 3 to keep her alive. It's like, that's too much. That's too much. Chinatsu! Assist 2k, so... An assist character sits on the back row and then gives power to everybody in front of her. So not the whole front row, but just the 2 characters in front of her. And then auto, when this is placed on stage, her hand may heal 1. Honestly, this is fine. This is fine. I am tempted to give her a 2-star. I don't think that... So the thing is that you can get 2k assists for your level 3s on a 2-1. And not a 3-2, which means you can play it early too and have it affect your early plays. This is a 3-2, so you really can't play it early unless you're playing standby. But it heals. So I'm gonna give it 2 stars, cause there is a use case for this, and that is... if your... I don't know, if your finisher doesn't heal, and you're kind of playing standby, well, I don't know, I guess even if you're playing standby. Yeah, if your finisher doesn't heal, this is a card that you might look at. Especially if you need the extra power. This could be the right card for you, but most decks I think are gonna pass on this one. It's fine for a trial deck, for sure. Hina, the finisher of the trial deck. 3-2 Hina. Auto, when this is placed on stage from hand, draw up to 2 cards. Discard 2 cards, then put up to 1 card from the top of your deck into stock. And then Climax combo with this door Climax. Experience 4. Pay 3, ditch 1. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, treats you win the battle. If you have the door Climax in your Climax area, and the sum of levels of your card in your level zone is 4 or more, they pay the cost, which is pay 3, ditch 1. If you do, send that character to clock and deal 2 damage to your opponent. I actually really like this card. I think this is a really solid card. I have some issues with it. It has to get a reverse. That's not great. But I like its on-play effect. Look up to... you get to draw 2, ditch 2, and then you put a card in the stock. And then that kind of just makes the climax combo pay 2 ditch 1 instead of pay 3 ditch 1. And you get to do it at the end of your attacks. You get that extra stock from its swinging. So it's actually insanely cheap. Clock Kick is so good. And the fact that it gets the Clock Kick and Burn means it gets so much more reach. So, like, Clock Kick is really good at, like, guaranteeing a game is over, because it can't be canceled. But if you're only Clock Kicking 3 characters, you're not likely to finish the game unless you're already close. But to have Clock Kick and Burn is so fucking good. The thing that really holds this card back is she has no power. She is 10-5, and she'll get 1k from the climax. So that means she's 11-5. And in order to get any of this effect, you have to have to win the battle. And I think this kind of holds her back from being a 4-star. She's a 3-star. Definitely, actually, I mean, I'm tempted to give her a 4-star, but I'm gonna hold back. I don't think she's quite there. She's very close. Yeah, I just... She needs more power. She needs more power, that's really what it is. I mean, because of that, that's why you're gonna have to play that other 3T, you know? And I'll put her at 13-5, that's still not quite enough for an effect like this. It'll definitely work, though. It'll definitely work against a lot of decks, so solid. It's still a solid card. 00 INA. Your other Kavoda's character in the front row center slot gets Auto Encore. Ditch 1 character. And then it has an act. Brainstorm, pay 1 and rest this card. Flip over the top 5 cards of your deck, then send them to the waiting room. For each climax among them, draw up to 1 card. Honestly, this isn't bad. I don't think this is bad. Honestly, for brainstorm effects, this is pretty decent. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of draw brainstorms. I think they're still a little too weak compared to other brainstorms. But that encore effect is actually pretty solid. I would give this one a 2. There's definitely something cheeky you can do with that. But the draw portion of the brainstorm is really rough. The nice thing though is that if you have a card in the center that's just like beastly or high value or it does something over and over again, you can save it with this card, which is nice. Asuna! 00 Asuna. Pay 1. When this front attacks, you may pay the cost. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters. This turn, it gets -1 level. When this is reversed, if the battle opponent's level is 0 or lower, you may send that character to the bottom of your opponent's deck. Okay. I like this card. I like this card a lot. I think it's like a perfect trial deck card, too. The idea here is that you slam it into something. Oh, you got your deck? Awesome, Traveler. I actually kind of like this card a lot. I don't know if it's good. I'm gonna give it a 2. I'm gonna start there. Let's give it a 2. Because there's definitely better bombs out there, but this is really cheeky and I like it. Uh, the idea is that you can bomb a character, which is good. It's a bottom deck bomb, which is nice. But you can also bottom deck level 1s. At level 0, if you're willing to pay 1 on attack. Which, bombs are not usually what you want to do. That shouldn't be your normal strat. But in certain metas, like right now with Chainsaw Man being 1-0, and the fact that you can bottom deck one of them and all of a sudden there's just 2 left. Basically for pay 1, we've cleared Chainsaw Man's lane. And that's like a really, really, really good deck right now, so not a bad card. That doesn't really disrupt your level 1 count for decks that aren't Chainsaw Man. But not something you want to just throw in any deck in any meta. Thank you, thank you. 0-0 Kutaba. Okay, so this is another assist. 500 to the characters in front of it. When a climax is placed in your climax zone, choose one of your characters. This turn, it gets +1 soul. Yeah, I don't really see the benefit here. There's better assists you can play in your back row. I don't know why you'd play this one. It's fine for a trial deck. I think it's gonna get outclassed. Level 0 assists are kind of rough to play. 0-0 Serica. If you have 5 or more hand, this gets +2k. Auto, pay 1, ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 Kavoda's character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and shuffle your deck afterwards. This is solid. This is a 3-star. It's a pay 1, ditch 1 that's also a +ing 0. What else do you want, you know? That's solid. You know, you play it, you could play it on the first turn. It's gonna be 3,500 because you've got enough hands. Or you play it the second turn and get the benefit of the pay 1, ditch 1. So, I mean, it's good either way. It's got utility and it's a +ing 0. Pretty solid card, pretty solid card. 0-0 Yuka. Also, she has cat ears, you know? 0-0 Yuko. Auto, when this is placed on stage or hand, choose 1 card from your hand. You may send it to stock. Auto, pay 1. When this attacks, you may pay cost. If you do, during the trigger step of this attack, perform trigger check twice. Okay, so it's a twin driver with extra ability. Just basically take a card from hand and put it in stock. I like Twin Drive a lot. I really like Twin Drive. The secondary effect is not as good as I would like. So I'm gonna give this one 2 stars. I think there's definitely a use case for it. I don't think it's particularly strong though. I don't think this is what I would put in my deck. Also, I'm a little bit spoiled by other Twin Drivers and other sets having better abilities. Cough cough Kaguya-sama's stock swap Twin Driver. That's way too broken. Alright, 1-0 Shiroko Climax combo. During your turn, this gets 3,000 power, so it becomes a 7-5 with the climax. Climax combo experience 2. When this attacks, if you have pants in your climax area, and the sum of levels of your cards in your level zone is 2 or more, choose one Kavoda's character in your waiting room, you may add it to hand. It's a salvage. It's on attack. Hits a good power. The condition is very reasonable. I'm gonna give it 3 stars. I think this is fine. For a trial deck, both of the climax combos are really solid. Probably not the best ones in the set, but they're very good. Like, they're fine. You can definitely play this at your locals. Katori! Experience 2. If the sum of the levels in your level zone is 2 or more, this gets plus 3 cower. I got a shiny at the Shiroko too, so that's a decent card. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, the Shiroko's not bad. It's not bad. I'm gonna be honest, the set itself, well, I don't want to spoil it yet. We'll talk about the other ones when we get there. Katori, experience 2. Oh yeah, I said this already. So it's a 7k continuous power. I'm tempted to give this 3 stars, just because for an auxiliary, it's not bad. Like, if you want big 1-0, here you go. Like, the condition's really solid. It's in a color that you're gonna play in the trial deck anyways. You know, Experience 2 is basically is a very easy condition to get. Yeah, I'm gonna give it 3 stars. I don't think you're gonna see this in a lot of decks. I think there's better auxiliaries. But, you know, if you have a trial deck, I wouldn't be too pressured to get rid of this card. This card's fine. Also, her skirt's kinda undone there, which is kinda cute. 2-1 Nanomi. Continuous Experience 3. If the sum of levels in your level zone is 3 or more, this gets plus 5k power. So it's a 10-5 cross turn. At 2-1, that's pretty good, actually. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, look at up to 2 cards on top of your deck and put them back up top in any order. Secondary effect's not as good. You just get to, I guess you get to choose what your opponent's character draws next turn. That's how I would use it. I don't know how else you would use it. Maybe if you had a burn 1 on attack, you could like make the burn 1 hit the climax and give you a better chance of... Yeah, I may give this one a 2. 2-1-10-5 is pretty decent. I don't really know of many deck types that would have that kind of game plan, though. Like, You get to level 2, you summon at 10-5, but that's usually what people play early plays. Maybe standby, but if you're using standby, you're gonna play a 2-2. So I didn't really see what deck it slots into, but the power level's really nice. Hi Pebbles, welcome, welcome. Again, this is like one of those cards that you're not looking to replace right away. It's fine. Hoshido. Auto, rest one of your characters. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, your opponent chooses one climax from their waiting room and shuffles all of their cards from their waiting room into their deck. All other cards from their waiting room into their deck. And it has auto pay one, ditch one. When this attacks, may pay cost. If you do, this turn all of your characters get plus 500 power and plus whistle. So it makes all your characters three soul. Honestly, for Fuda, this profile is known as a Fuda. Or Fumo, sorry, Fumo, now Fuda. Fuda's something totally different. I think we got our first 4-star. I think that's a really, really nice Fumo. Pay one, ditch one for plus 1 soul across the board, like... That's kind of expensive for that effect, but the fact of the Fumo is just rest one of your other characters. Like, that's a nice cost for it. And then you have the option of swinging big. Or side attacking. You play this for the climax, you've got 4 soul. But if you side attack a level 3, that's 1 soul. Plus trigger, which basically means you're almost guaranteed to do a damage, if that's all you need at that point. Like, this gives you a lot of variety in how you swing, so... While also decompressing your opponent. Yeah, this is just a solid card. I like this one. I think it's better than your average Fumo. 2-3 events. So this is not a character, this is an event. It's a counter event, so you could play it during the counter step on your opponent's turn, or you could play it on your own turn. Now, given this ability, you're probably only going to play it on the counter step of your opponent's turn. Choose one of your opponent's characters. This turn it gets -3 soul. I'm gonna point this out, okay? Because most of the time when you have money counters, or money-like counters, it does specify battling character. This one doesn't. This one doesn't specify that. It's just any of your opponent's characters. Which could matter. In some situations, that could actually matter. So if your opponent decides to crash, you could totally, like with a low guy, you could totally, like, throw this on a different character. Now it is only -3 soul, it's not stop all damage. Which is, I mean, I think Frered has one that's a 2-3. Is it 2-3? Oh, hey, look. I gotta look real quick. I just gotta double check that I'm right before I say something wrong on the internet. Yeah. Frered has one that's a 2-3. Is a 2-3 money counter that also gives 1500 power. It just stops the character from doing damage. It does have the condition that need 5 or more characters on that event, though. This is pretty much free. Well, I mean, the condition's free. It's still pretty expensive. It's pay 3. I'm gonna give this one 2 stars. If your deck can support it, you can play it. It's a good card. I don't think it quite does enough for its cost in the current meta, but I think it's still pretty solid. Alright, that's a trial deck. That's a trial deck. Honestly, for trial decks, this one's pretty good. It's got, 2 combos in it, which is really nice. I know Weiss it used to be in Weiss that there only was one climax combo. But more and more, Weiss has had 2 climax combos in their, trial decks, which I really appreciate. Alright, now we're gonna go on to yellow. Zero Hanako. Look at those personality. Otto, when this is placed on stage from hand, look it up to 2 cards on the top of your deck. Choose up to 2 cards from among them. Place on the top of your deck in any order and send the rest to the waiting room. Otto, pay 1, ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from hand or sent from stage to waiting room. You may pay cost if you do search your deck for up to 1 Kavotos character. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and then shuffle your deck afterwards. So it's a pay 1, ditch 1. That's double timed. A lot of these pay 1, ditch 1 search cards are double times now. Especially if they're double rare. And it has the secondary effect of, well, not only do you get to look at the top 2 cards and rearrange them, but you also can send them to the waiting room. Which is mill. I mean, that's like mill too, but selectively. However, its power is just 500. So this is like purely a utility card. You're only playing this for the search. Um... I mean, I'm gonna give it 3 stars. Because you still get the double times pay 1, ditch 1 search. So I mean, theoretically, you could use it twice. You could play it, pay 1, ditch 1 search, and then when it dies, you can pay 1, ditch 1 search. That's really nice. That's really, really nice. But you don't get any other power on it, which is really rough. The secondary effect does kind of make up for it, though, especially if you're playing standby or something where you want to trigger a lot. So there's definitely some good use for this card. This is definitely a solid search card. As you saw, our first yellow climax combo. It's on a choice. Azusa, 1-0. Continuous, if all your characters are Kivotos, this gets plus 2k. So basically, if you're playing Neo Standard, it's plus 2k. Which makes it 6k on defense, 7k on attack. Climax combo. When the choice climax is placed in your climax area, if you have 2 or more other Kavotos characters until the end of your opponent's next turn, this gains one of the 2 following abilities of your choice. So you have to choose on play. Not on attack. Hi, iPro, welcome. We're having our very food set review. So you get to choose one of these two abilities. Either during your opponent's turn, this cannot be reversed, which is really awesome. That means you're probably going to get another turn. Or B, auto attack, or when this attacks, choose one level 2 or higher Kavoda's character in your waiting room, add it to hand. So you could theoretically have it be around an extra turn, field plus with it, and then climax combo a second time to salvage. This is a 4-star. This is an amazing card. It's all of the awesome of an Obero profile, but even better. Instead of twin drive, you can salvage. So if this card doesn't work with your opponent's power level next turn, you could straight up just salvage your next turn. Some issues with it, it doesn't really mill. Also, you know, if you choose the first ability, your opponent backs up. It can be reversed during your turn, even if you choose that it can't be reversed during your opponent's turn. So, it's a bit of a risky profile, but it's really strong. I can see this one being really solid. Hi, Yaki Potty, welcome. We're revealing all the effects of the cards, of all the cards. Mika! When this is placed on stage from hand, look it up to X cards to the top of your deck. Choose up to one card from among them, add it to hand, so the rest of the waiting room, where X is the number of Kavoda's characters. So you could look up to 5 cards from the top of your deck. And grab anything. Really solid effect. Experience 6. Ditch 2. When this card attacks the sum of levels of cards in your levels up to 6 of war, you may pay the cost. If you do this turn, this gets plus 1k power. Then send the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck to waiting room. Then deal 1 damage to your opponent's X times. X equals the number of climaxes sent to their waiting room. So it's a top check X that also pays half the cost of its effect. And its effect is solid for an off finisher. I'm actually gonna give Mika 5 stars. This is an amazing fucking off finisher. This is probably one of the... This is almost certainly the best off finisher in this set. It is an Icy Tail, which is what that profile is. You mill out the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck, but it does instances of 1 damage instead of just 1 instance of X. It's also a top check X, so it can filter for climaxes for your real finisher. And, you know, it pays. I mean, like I said, it pays for part of its cost. It's basically a ditch 1. Experience 6 is very reasonable by level 3. This is just a really solid off finisher, and I think probably one of the reasons to get into the set. If you like Mika, this is your set. Blue Archive did you well. Alright. Hafumi 3-2. Gotta love that. Tanks and bikinis. Hell yeah, hell yeah. When this is placed on stage from hand, choose up to 1 copy of this in your hand. Place it on stage in any slot. And this turn, this gets plus 3k power. This gets 3k power. Okay, so it becomes a 13-5 and it summons another one of itself. From hand, so you have to have them all in hand at once, so... basically pay 2, and you can summon 3 of these. Climax combo. Experience 4. When the choice climax is placed in your climax area, if this is in your front row, and the sum of levels of your card zones is 4 or more, which is really reasonable. Search your deck for up to 2 Kavonos characters, show them to your opponent, add 1 to hand, send the remaining to stock, and shuffle your deck afterwards. This turn, this gets plus 1k power. So because of 14-5, plus the climax is a 15-5 on attack. Okay, so I have thoughts on this card, because it's really good. But, I don't know what your end game here is with this card. It's a level 3. I think there is an early way to play it level 2, but if you can play it level 2, what's your goal at the end of this card? When he just doesn't do any damage, so it's not a finisher. You're basically a big level 3 wall, which is really cool, and you get resources back, and you could definitely cycle this. But like, what are you gonna use the resources for? You have to finish the game, right? The off finisher costs like no stock, so I don't know what you're saving the stock for. I would give this a 4 stars. Because the card is really fucking good. It just, I just don't know what your game plan's supposed to be with this card. Who knows? Who knows? Get big, dominate field, but you're already kind of late in the game, so I mean, I don't know. Definitely, though, if you're a Hifumi fan, like, this is a solid card. Honestly, Ink Choice is one of the better sets that people have been talking about. Nagisa. When a climax with a choice trigger is placed in your climax area, so any climax with a choice trigger, which is basically the only 2 that we've seen. We've only seen 2 so far. Actually, I think there's probably another one. I think it's 3. So any of the climaxes of the choice triggers, place your climax zone, choose one of your Kavonos characters. This turn it gets plus 1 soul. It's also a brainstorm. Pay 1, rest this, flip over top 4 cards from your deck. Set them to the weight room. For each climax among them, repeat the following effect. Look it up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 card among them, add to your hands to the rest of the weight room. So I really like top 3 pick anything brainstorms, that's what this is. Because it lets you grab climaxes and events. Yeah, it lets you like mill through your deck like crazy. So I really like this kind of profile, although it's not a universal love. And the secondary effect is okay. Plus 1 soul is a little dated when it comes to secondary effects. It's not a bad effect, but this kind of effect has been here since Konosuba at least. And that's getting kind of old, so I don't think this is super powerful. If you're playing 8 choice, you'll be happy with this card, so I'm gonna give it 3 stars. But if you're not playing 8 choice, just skip it. There's no reason to play it. Yui, this is Nudi's favorite character. The Stinky Librarian. I just realized there's like a cute girl, like, in the background here. And look at her face, even though there's a cute girl here. Is Snappy's favorite too? Really? Holy shit. I got a shiny one. Climax combo. When the trigger salvage split soul is placed in your climax area, if you have another Kavoda's character, choose one Kavoda's character in your waiting room, you may send it to stock. Rest this. Choose one of your Kavoda's characters this turn, it gets plus 1500 power. I mean, okay. So, if you put two of these in your back row, you can slam this salvage split soul over and over again. But the rest of all it does is just give 1500 power. And it eats your back row. Like, you don't get to have a back row after that. I'm gonna give this one 2 stars. There's definitely a deck you could build with it that's solid, but for a level 0 combo, it's not the best I've seen. It's definitely not the worst I've seen, but it's not the best. Like, I want my level 0 combos to do something else, too. This is an act, so if there's cards that have when you do an act, do X, this would trigger that. So, I mean, if you have that kind of deck, this might be good for it. But unless you're synergizing with those cards, this is not a card you'd even consider. One zero Mari. The cutest of all the nuns. Auto, this ability activates up to once per turn. When you use an act ability, we were just talking about that, this gets plus 3000 power, so it's a 6/5. Notes, backups count as acts. So you can counter, and it'll be 6/5 plus the counter backup. That's pretty solid. That's pretty decently powered. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, choose one of your other characters, rest it, and move it to an empty back row slot. So this is what's known as a clean cut. Notably, this is a clean cut that also works during your opponent's turn, which is kind of funny. Because you can use a backup to save it and another character that was already reversed. Which is fucking hilarious. Oh man, I'm tempted to give it something, but this is one of the cards I got signed. I'm gonna give it a 3 stars, cause I think it's probably pretty decent. There's definitely a build that you can figure out that utilizes this as an auxiliary one. I'm not really sure how it would square with the level 1 combo that just doesn't ever get reversed anyways. But you can play with that level 0 climax combo, I guess. But it's competing for back row slots if you want to move things to the back row, but I mean, I guess you wouldn't really... You'd only care about it defensively then? I don't know. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do with this. I guess you could have like 2 and lose a lane. I don't really know. There's something here though. There's definitely something here. Mashiro, 1-0. For each of your other Kavoda's characters, this gets plus 500 power, so it's a 5500 if you have a full field. Experience 6. Okay, this is stupid. That's a lot of cost for a 1-0. Ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from hand at the sum of the levels in your levels that are 6 or more, you may pay cost. If you do, look it up to 3 cards at the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 card from them, add it to hands in the West Reading Room. What? Okay, this is a break filter card that is 2 stars at best. Okay, cause look, the thing is you at level 1, the max experience you can have at level 1 is 3. Because that's the highest level of a card you could put in your level. At level 2, it would be 6. Because you'd have to level up 2 level 3 cards. The payoff is a free filter on play at level 2. Actually, you know what? I can't take off stars, but I'd probably give this a 1 star. This is not a good card. I don't really understand what the thought process of this card was. It's 5,500, that's not that crazy. So level 1 is not really doing much for you. Level 2, if you get the experience 6, which is really hard to do by level 2, all it benefits you is now you've got a 5,500 powered character that lets you do a free filter. It's already low power at this point, so yeah, I'm not feeling it. Mashiro got screwed. Fucking amazing art, though. Hinata! This ability activates up to once per turn. When you use an act ability... Oh, I'm sensing a theme now. It gets plus 1,500 power and the ability Auto. When this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck if it's level 1 or higher, set it to stock. So, I mean, technically, yes, this also would work with backup, but, like, it's only on attack. So it becomes a 6K... This is fine. I'm gonna give it 2 stars. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't know if I'd build a deck around it. But like this and the clean cut card and level 0 in the background, I think that's what they're trying to do. They're all nuns, if you notice. They're all the nun cards. Just probably the weakest of the bunch. I mean, a 6K that coin flips a stock isn't inherently bad. And you still get 6K if you back up on it. Okay, you know what? I'll give it 3. I'll give it 3. It's fine. It's fine. Honestly, the weakest, like, might be the level 0. In fact, you probably might be better off with Hololives than this. 2-1 Koharu. Auto. Ditch 2. We use this card's backup. You may pay a cost. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters whose level is higher than your opponent's level. It's it to the bottom of your opponent's stock. If you do, put the top card of your opponent's stock in a waiting room. Back up 2,500. So it's an early play backup. The 2 star. You'll play it if you need it. Just a backup. Normal backup. Okay, the third choice combo to choose from. A 2-1 Sakurako. This ability activates up to once per turn when you use an act ability. Okay, so all the nuns are based off this act thing, huh? This turn, this gets plus 5,000 power, so it's a 10-5. So I guess you use the level 0 combo, you're supposed to use this as your other combo. That makes it a 10-5. That also means it can be a 10-5 on your opponent's turn, if you use a backup. That's not bad. It's not the greatest, but it's not bad. Experience 5 with this attacks if you have the choice combo in your, or the choice climax in your climax area. If the sum of the levels in your card's level zone is 5 or more, which is reasonable level 2. That's still kinda tough, but it's reasonable. You can't level a level 1. If you level a level 1 or lower, you can't get it by level 2. So you have to level a level 2 or level 3 each level, so. But you're playing choice, so you're probably gonna have a lot of level 2s, level 3s, so. That's not terribly difficult. Look at up to 2 cards at the top of your opponent's deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them, put them on top of your opponent's deck in any order, send the rest to waiting room. Look at the top 2 cards from your own deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them, put them on top of your deck in order. So, to the rest of the waiting room. That's all it does. Why? I'm like trying to figure out what this card is supposed to accomplish. So the idea here is that you're trying to get rid of climaxes from the top of your opponent's deck. You are swinging for 2 plus trigger, which is kind of interesting. That means when you look at your opponent's deck, if they don't have a climax, unless you trigger one, which you could then control, you guarantee the 2 damage. Fuck, am I talking myself into this as a finisher? Because part of the problem with this effect, this is an effect that is not an uncommon finisher effect. But the problem with it usually is it's usually on a choose soul level 3 character. That then gets a soul for the climax, so it's a 3 soul character, but it looks at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. It's supposed to increase the chances of your damage sticking, but it don't usually guarantee it. You trigger your opponent's climax. So the way it works is, you swing, but when you attack, you swing, right? And then you count the soul on your card, and you count any other, like, instances of soul. So climax will give you 1 soul. And then you count, if you trigger a soul, you add a soul, so you can have anywhere between 2 and 3 soul on this specific card, okay? So let's say I do 3 soul damage, right? Your opponent takes the damage. The way they take the damage, they reveal the first card. Alright, check to see if it's a climax. If it's not, they reveal the second card. And if it's not, then they reveal the third card. That's all 3, right? Is any of those 3 are climaxes? They stop when they see the climax, and all those cards go to the waiting room. If none of them are climaxes, then your damage stuck, and they go to the clock. So they basically took the damage. So if you reveal a climax on your opponent, and your opponent reveals a climax, they don't take damage, basically. That's kind of like how damage works in Weiss. It's kind of complicated without showing it. But, so what this card does is this lets you look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. And you can get rid of some of them. Put them back on top of your opponent's deck in any order and send the rest to the waiting room. So what you would do here is you would look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck, take their climaxes and throw them in the waiting room. And then put the rest on top of their deck. So that when you actually do the damage, they reveal, oh, look at these cards that are climaxes, I guess. Who would have thought? And meanwhile, it's like, I would have thought. I'm the one who made sure that they were climaxes. So ironically, this is better at sticking damage than other profiles that are level 3 that do this. But it literally does less damage. Ugh. I'm gonna give it a 3. I'm actually gonna give it a 3. I actually kind of like this. If your goal is to just stick damage, this almost guarantees you the ability to stick damage. Like, the chances of the damage actually sticking with this is so high compared to other finishers. Compared to level 3 finishers, this is level 2. So, yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Not to mention, like, you still get the ability to play an off finisher, because this is level 2. Just basically guarantees your opponent's make it to level 3 before you. Like, that's what this card does. Or, alternatively, you can play like an early play level 3 off finisher, and then play this at the end. This costs nothing. It's a 2-1. It costs nothing. I mean, it costs 1 stock each, but that basically, at finisher turns, this costs nothing. Like, there's nothing that says you have to play this at level 2. This is actually really good. I kind of like this. I wasn't sure about it, but the more I think about it, the more I think, like, yes, it's actually kind of solid. The biggest problem is this act ability. In order to get power, you need to play an act, which means you need some sort of, like, act package on your opponent's turn. But that kind of plays into choice, which can grab a lot of backups anyway, so. And then brainstorm is an act, so, I mean, yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it. Sorry, I had to think about that one a lot. That one was tough to think about. That was weird. Hi, Pillar of Hell. Welcome, welcome. We're going over Weiss cards. 00 Mashiro. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Just discussing the intricacies of these cute, adorable characters in Weiss 4. 00 Mashiro, when this attacks, look it up to 2 cards to the top of your deck. Choose 1 card among them, put it on top of your deck, send the waste. Send the rest to the waiting room. Pay 1. Send this to the waiting room. When your other character's front attacked, you may pay the cost. If you do, return that card to hand. Okay, so it's a JC that also chooses its own trigger. This is kind of shitty for a JC. I'm not gonna lie. This is not very good. It's a JC. If you need a JC, you'll play a JC. It's here. It's here if you need it. A JC is not a bad card to have in your deck, but this is not the best version of a JC I've seen. that would be the one from Versailles. Zero Zero Sarita. When this is placed, I love Santa Claus outfits. This is my favorite. Like that color scheme, I don't know what it is. I don't even know if it's like the Santa connotation. It's just red and white in like this fluffy kind of way, like very cuddleable. When this is placed on stage from hand, choose one of your Kavoda's characters. It gets plus 1500 power. With attacks, choose one of your Kavoda characters. This gets 1500 power. Why? Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm making this one star, unfortunately. I don't know what you do with this. What do you do with this? Why do you play it? You giving somebody power? You could give something 3k power, which I guess could make sense in a weird, like, you'd have to play it with something for it to make sense. I just don't know what you play it with. I mean, there's that, I don't even know if there's a level 0 clean cut. There's a level 1 clean cut. But what is this card supposed to accomplish? I don't know. Poor Serena, poor Serena. Hasumi, 00 Hasumi. Kinda badass. Oh shit, fuck, I accidentally gave it a 5-star. That's not true. I can't remove that star. Don't listen to it. When this is placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If that's a Kavoda's character, add it to hand and discard a card. When your other Kavoda's character attacks, this turn is gets plus 1500 power. Oh, fuck. Though, shit. I'm gonna give this one 2 stars. I messed up. I can't remove stars once I've given them, but this one's 2 stars. I don't... There's probably a reason to play this card, I just can't really see it. Oh, oh, oh. Maybe in standby, like we could trying to like, increase the chances of you hitting a standby. But, other than that, I don't really know. I feel like there's probably better cards than this. Suzumi! During your turn, this gets plus 1k power, so it's a 3k on your turn. When this is reversed, you may reveal up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. If you revealed 1 or more, choose up to 1 Kavoda's character among them, add it to hand, and send the rest to the rating room. Discard a card. That's really good. And it's IV conditioned on those characters, which is fairly normal. Yeah, I will give this one 3 stars. This is a good card. 3k on attack, and it has a utility function. Not bad, not bad. It's a free filter. It's a free filter that can hit any character. And Mills 3. I mean, it's definitely, I mean, it's not even necessarily worse than a Chiuri. It's like on the same power level. Yeah, this is good. This is just a solid level 0 card. If you like this kind of profile, here you go. It's got on attack power, and then, so it's 3k, like, it's pretty good. One zero Kazusa. This ability can only be activated up to twice per turn. When the other Kavoda's characters are placed on stage from hand, this turn gets plus 1k and sweets. So it's got a flavor trait. It doesn't do anything, but it's got a flavor. When this attacks, if the level of the character across from it is 2, not 2 or more, just 2, this turn it gets plus 6k. So because 11k against level 2. Oh, yeah, I can become a 12K. Oh. But that assumes that you could play this first. It can be less than that. It's only against level 2s. I guess I'll get it 2 stars. I'm tempted to give it 1, but it costs nothing. There's definitely a meta reason to have it sometimes. If you have the capacity to play it. I just don't see why you would play it over other cards most of the time. But, if there's another deck like Alice that comes along, for the newer people, Alice was a very oppressive Sword Art Online deck that had a level 2 that was just ridiculously powered. This card can obviously get over that, so not necessarily bad if another deck like that comes out, but SAO's been kind of banned, so I aren't really seeing this being that useful in the meta right now, but if the meta changes, so Shimiko! We use this card's backup if all your characters are Shivotos, we put the top card of your deck to stock. As a 2K backup, so it's a 1/1 2K backup with a blind stock. It also has a soul trigger, so you can grab it with the choice. It's 2 stars. It's fine, if you need it, you have it. Personally, I would prefer a leaf counter, but this is also fine. Two 1 Azusa! Very cute. Assist, 2K to level 3 or higher characters. And then act, pay 3, rest this. Choose up to 1, 3/2 Hifumi in your hand and play sausage. This is how you early play the Hifumi. So at level 2, you pay 1 to play this. Then you pay 3 to play this, and you get to play 2 more of them from your hand for free. And then 2 of these will get 2K, selling you bigger. But you have to pay a lot to early play it. I 4 to have a lane of 3 Hifumis. This is honestly a really solid card. This is the solid package. I really have no complaints on it. If you're gonna play Hifumi, you're gonna play this card. They're basically inseparable. 3/2 Hinata. If your opponent has a level 3 or higher character, this gets -1 level in hand. I hate having to rely on my opponent's board to do stuff. Ditch 1 card. When this is placed on stage from your hand, you may pay the cost if you do. Put the top card of your clock to stock. Auto. This ability activates up to once per turn. When you use an act ability, this gets plus 2K. So if you back up, it gets 2K plus the backup. It's fine. If you're playing the Nun package, this is an early play you can play. I don't think it's particularly good, though. I mean, it's good for that, but unless you're playing this Axe thing, there's better early plays. Sabrugi! Experience 4 if the sum of levels of your card in your level zone is 4 or more. This gets plus 1K power and the following ability. Continuous. During this opponent's battle, your opponent cannot play events or backups from hand. Auto. Pay 1. When this card is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost if you choose 1 climax from your waiting room, add it to hand. Solid card. If Your play choice? Or hell, if you just are splashing yellow to play the Mira, you can play this card and grab a climax. And then it has the ability of stopping your opponent from playing like events. Like rest counters and shit. Which is a solid secondary effect. Another UE. When this is placed on stage your hand, choose up to one of your characters from your hand whose level is equal or lower than your level. Place on stage in any slot. And this turn, this character gets plus 2k in coffee. So another flavor trait. I know I'm saying flavor trait like, I mean it like it's a trait that's just for flavor, but not literally flavor, but also literally flavor. It's a literal flavor trait. Pay 2. Rest one of your other Kavota's characters. Choose one of your opponent's characters, return it to hand. This is meta dependent. This is so meta dependent. It's basically free, because you use this, and you play this, you could play another character for free. So I could save you two stock. But then immediately you're gonna pay 2 and rest a character. So it's not really free. It's all going into this bounce ability. Although ironically... Oh no, you can't do that, never mind. You have to rest your other character. Yeah, I mean... You can use this to play Hufumi and then play another character for free. Which would be funny. 00 Mari. Pay 1. Ditch a Kavoto's character. When this is placed on stage for hand, we pay the cost. If you do, look up to 4 cards at the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 card from among them. Add it to hand and send the rest to the waiting room. This ability activates up to once per turn. When you use the act ability this turn, this gets +1 soul. If you're playing the nuns, this is a good nun. It's a solid filter ability. You grab climaxes or events, which is very rare for filters. And you can get +1 soul from an act, which is kind of fine. I do really like the art on this card, so I might be a little biased, but I'm gonna say it's 2 stars. You really only play this if you're playing with the nuns. 00 Serena. Alright, let's see if Serena can redeem herself. All of your other Kavota's characters gives +500 power. Rest this. This is an act. This is another act. Choose 1 card from your level zone and 1 Kavota's character from your waiting room. You may swap them. Okay, so here's the thing. It's a free act. You can play it every turn. Doesn't cost you shit. If you want to play a different combo with the level 2 choice combo, this is what you'll play. Because it will guarantee that you'll have the level condition for the level 2 nun. And it acts as your acts for your free acts. It's a global 500, which is fine. It's not great, but whatever. This is a 2-star. Obviously, it's very meta. Well, not even meta dependent. You're only playing this in a very specific like condition where you need to play something with a very awkward level condition, and it gets some extra synergy if it's the 2-1 nun, which requires level 5 experience. And get stuff from the act. So this is your other option. Zero Hanako. All of your other Kavoda's characters get plus 500 power. Rest is choose one of your Kavoda's characters this turn. Okay, it's the same thing. This is if you want to replace the Mari combo, but you still need acts. This is the other option that you have to place. They have multiple options at least. If you need the acts, you play this card, or you can play the other card, or you can play the Marian combo. Depending on like how bad you are with getting experience. It's fine. It's fine. It does what it's supposed to do. You play this if you don't play Mari, and you're confident with your levels. When this is placed on stage or hand, choose one of your other characters this turn. It gets plus X power and sweets flavor trait. X is equal to character's level times 1000. Okay. Act, pay 1, send this to rating room. Look it up to 4 cards at the top of your deck. Choose one Kavoda's character from among them. Show it to your opponent. Add it to hand. Send the rest to the waiting room. It's an act. So that's something. It sent itself to the waiting room. It provides power pump. Weirdly enough, this card would probably be better for Hina than anything in yellow that we've seen. Just because it would give 3k power and then yeet itself. It's just like, alright, I play it, I gave it 3k power, then I paid 1 and killed it for a different card. This basically is just like a pay 1, give 3k power to something. Something big, because that's like the best thing I can see for it. Is this gives power to your Hina. 2 stars. It does give a decent amount of power pump. And it doesn't have to stay on the field if you don't want it to be. Reza, ditch 1 card, send us to waiting room if you have another Kavoda's character. Choose one of your opponent's characters, make it into an opponent's empty slot. Wow, okay, hold on. It's an act. So your opponent has to not have a card in the front row. That is not impossible to do. There is bounce in this. Hold on, let me see what the bounce was again. I think... No. What was the bounce character again? Hold on, sorry. Try to find the bounce character. This one, okay. Okay, so you can bounce one of their characters, then kill one of them. So it's pay 2, rest one of your other characters. And this one doesn't require being rested, it's also an act. So, I mean, the cheekiest thing I can think of you doing with this is bouncing one of your opponent's like level 3 characters by resting this card using the other person's effect, then ditching one of and sending this to the waiting room. So you're ditching a lot. This is a really expensive way to kill one of your opponent's back rows. This is a really hard effect to get, though. It's typically really hard to kill your opponent's back row. In Weiss. So, effects like this are usually pretty expensive, but this is really, really expensive. It doesn't work if your opponent has a front row. This is probably a 2-star, but I may give it a 1-star. I really can't think of a way you would use this. Like, in any reasonable fashion. This is way too difficult to... The timing is just the worst part, like... Maybe it could be a 2-star? I would stick with 1-star. Someone's gonna yell at me, but... Cause this is a very rare effect, but... I just don't see it coming up enough to take a slot, like... Fubi, when this attacks, choose up to 2 of your Kubana's characters this turn they gain plus 1500 power. You can choose yourself. Is one of those characters. So it's a potentially 5k that pumps another 1500. Fucking cute card though, holy shit, Fubi is so cute. Haven't really seen this being used. Because you also have to attack with it too, to do that. I just don't see any real I don't see any character using this. I just don't see any deck that I could think of that would actually slot this in. You only get 50 cards, you know? You only get 50 cards. It's fine. It's just like... The use case for that is so fucking narrow. Hot-Eye! During your opponent's turn, when your opponent's characters are reversed, look at the top card of your deck and put it on top or bottom of your deck. Rest this. Choose one of your characters until the end of your opponent's next turn. It gets plus 2k. This is an act option. It's also a really bad one, so... It's a trigger. Maybe. The only thing I can think of this being very useful for... Because you don't get an assist. It's not a 1-1 assist. It literally gives one character 2k power. Which is fine. But it's not great either. Like, I'd rather a level assist most of the time. This is an act, so it works with the nuns, but like... This costs 1 to play, so why would you play it over a different back row? For the extra 500 power over like the... There's literally a global 500 that gives 1500 on rest. So there's already a straight up better for power level 0 that has an act that's free. You're literally paying 1 for the extra soul trigger. Would you use it as a trigger? Add the ability to look at the top of your deck and put it on the top or bottom of your deck. That's what you're paying an additional 1 whole stock for. Is that worth it? Is there ever gonna be a deck that thinks that's worth it? Not in choice. Not in choice. No one's gonna care in choice that much. The only one I could possibly think of that really mattering is standby, and I feel like there's better cards you would stand by. So there's better 1/1s in this set, for sure. I'm gonna give it a 1-star. I don't see why you'd use this. That might be a little harsh, but I just don't see the use case. Irie, a really cute card. A 1/1 level assist, so it's 500 assists per the level of the cards in front of it. This ability activates up to once per turn during your turn when you use an act ability, so with a nun package. I don't need the nun package, but it's... Is Irie a nun? Do people know is Irie a nun? Choose up to one of your opponent's characters, set it to memory, then your opponent places that character on stage in a slot. Now she's part of the Sweets Club? Oh, yeah, okay, the chocolate mint thing. Oh, okay. Ooh, chocolate mint. Chocolate mint's pretty good. But how do I like her? She's minty fresh. Okay, so it's a Blake. That's fine. That's okay. Rest this. Choose one of your other characters until the end of your opponent's turn. It gets +1 level and chocolate mint. Hmm. Why would you want to do this? Typically, increasing the level of your characters will do a couple things. One, it'll make them resistant to, like, level 1 bombs or level 0 bombs. It reduces the soul from side attacking. So it could decrease the amount of damage if they're really big. But it also makes them susceptible to early play bombs. And early play counters. So, I don't really see this being that valuable, honestly. The blink is kinda nice, and it is a level assist. The act is just why? I guess it's a free act. If you care about that, there's other free acts in here. I'm gonna give it a 2-star because it is a level assist with a free act that does something else beside all that, but I feel like there's better cards that you'd play. The Nun Group and here are her group are both part of the trainee school though, so vaguely connected. Oh, okay. One Natsu. When this is reversed, if the opponent's level is higher than your opponent's level is higher than your opponent's level. What? Okay. Let me fix that. When this is reversed, oh, I figured it out. Okay, hold on. When this is reversed, if the battle opponent's level is higher than your opponent's level, you may send that character to stock. If you do, send the bomb card of your opponent's stock to waiting room. It's a stock adachi. That's what it is. It's a stock adachi. It's an early play bomb. If your opponent summons something before they're that level, this will get rid of it. Acts, pay 1. This turn, this gets +1 soul and sweets. Why would you pay 1 for one character to get 1 soul? I don't know. But it's an Adachi. It's an Adachi. It's a 1/1 Adachi. It's a 2-star. You'll put it in your deck if you need it. And it's not a bad Adachi. It also does something else. So it's a 1/1 Adachi that does literally anything that could potentially be beneficial. Wait, is this on attack or is this an act? It's an act. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. That's a spammable act. Okay, it's still gonna be 2 stars. You're still only gonna play it if you're gonna play an Adachi. And you don't typically want to play an Adachi, this doesn't change that. But you play an Adachi if you need to play an Adachi. But you can pay for this multiple times. If you wanted to, you could pay 6 stock and have a 7 soul character for no reason. It'd be a terrible idea, but you could pay 2 and swing for 3. I mean, that's not bad. There's definitely reasons why you would do that. Yeah, okay, it's still 2 stars, still 2 star, but notably, you can pay for this multiple times if you want. Pay out a climax from your stock or something, I don't know. Swing for 3. You'd swing for 3 at level 1, why not? When you use this card's backup, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is a Kavona's character, add it to hand, ditch a card. Okay, so it's a 2-1 Leafa counter instead of a 1-1 Leafa counter. Again, 2 stars. You'll use it if you need it. There's a lot of backup choices in this set. Mina. Continuous experience 4. It's the sum of the level of cards in yours level 7 is 4 more. This gets plus 5k. So it's 11k if you have experience. At the start of your opponent's attack phase, you may move this to an empty front row slot with a character in the slot across from it. It's a 2-1 chaser? Why? Why? Why does this exist? I mean, I guess if you crash the turn before? Honestly, I don't see the use case in this immediately. It's not a bad card. There's a case for it, but like... Why does this exist? Why does this card exist? I must be missing something. It's a 2 star. There's a reason somebody will put this in their deck, and it might work. I don't know. That's my hedged 2 star bet. It's not garbage, but like, why would you play this? I don't know. It's 11k at 2-1. So there's that. And the condition's reasonably easy to get. Sorry, it's 11k 2-1. You know, you could hard play that if you want. Tea Party, 2-1 events. Search your deck for up to 2 Kavoto's characters. Show them to your opponent, add them to hand. Ditch a card, and shuffle your deck afterwards. So it's basically ditch 1, pay 1, search for 2? Well, in a better order than that. And then choose 1 card for your level zone, 1 card for your way room, you may swap them. This is your alternate method of fixing your level zone. For experience. It's a 2 star. If you need it, you'll use it. It's a good event. If you're using experience. My issue with events in yellow is that choice doesn't plus events. And because they only plus on soul triggers, you're usually running like a large number of high-level cards already. And so events warps your deck even more than they normally would. So it's really hard. I usually hate events in a yellow deck, but this is a good event. It's fine. Alright, Rob agree. Holy shit, I have to pick up the pace a little bit. We're 1/4 of the way done through the booster pack. Actually, no, we're not. We're like almost a third. Yellow's just a big color, I guess. Miyako! Continuous, if all your characters are Kavodas, this gets plus 2k power. So it's a 3k cross turn. If you're playing Neo Standard. When this is placed on stage or hand, choose one of your characters. This turn it gets the following ability. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, choose one of your other characters, rest it, move it to an empty back row slot. This is a on play, choose a character to give clean cut to. And you can choose itself. Honestly, this is a 3-star. This is a solid clean cut. Like, yeah, I mean, if you want a clean cut at level 0, here's your option. Honestly, it's a really solid one. My only issue with it is that it doesn't match the power of Hololive, which is 3,500. That's my biggest gripe with it. Other than that, it's a really good card. Nanmori. Pay 1. When this card is placed on stage or hand, you may pay cost. If you do, look at up to 3 cards on the top of your deck. Choose 1 card from among them, put it into clock, and send the rest to the waiting room. If you put a card into clock, choose 1 Kavodas character from your waiting room and add it to hands. During this card's battle, where the damage you take is cancelled, you may send this to stock. Okay, hold on. This card is awesome. Okay, first of all, this is basically a salvage Ricky. It's not a 2-time salvage Ricky, which is, you know, not everything can have Ari Fredis. You know, two times salvage Ricky the 3k on play. Right? Not every deck can have that. This is pretty good still, though. You not only choose what you're clocking, say it's not just the top card of your deck, but you also get to mill 3 to do that. Like, you mill on your first deck. Like 3 cards that were in your first deck are now in your waiting room. Well, 2 of them are, one of them's on your clock. Whatever. In addition, you also get to, like, randomly plus. If you happen to cancel the damage your opponent does on the cross turn, this goes to stock instead of going to the waiting room. This is just great. This is just a good card. I think this is probably the Ricky of choice. Well, the salvage Ricky. This is probably your salvage Ricky of choice. Very solid card. Oh my. Azuda on a gold bar. 1-0 Azuna. Foxgrove kind of girl. During your turn, if you have 2 or more other Kavodas characters, this gets plus 2k power, so it's a 7-5 with the climax. Experience 2, which is very reasonable. Ditch 1 card. When this attacks, if you have the gold bar climax area, and the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 2 or more, you may pay cost. If you do, lift up to 5 cards to the top of your deck. Choose up to 2. Show them to your opponent, add them to hand, send the rest to the waiting room. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts on this card. First of all, you just will get 5 cards. That's a lot. 5 cards is a lot of milling. It's on a gold bar, which is my favorite trigger for a level 1 combo. Because it makes it really easy to get. My issues with the card is that you have to ditch. The fact that you have to ditch means that if you want to plus, you have to give up something in your hand. Sometimes your hand's already good, and you don't want to have to ditch in order to plus. So you have to commit to losing a card to get 2 more cards that are more random. But unlike some other sets that are a little bit older, where you do the same effect and you get to look it up to 4 and pick 2, this one lets you look at 5. So this is better. It's just better. So I'm gonna give it 4 stars. It might not deserve 4 stars, but I think it's pretty solid. Honestly, this could probably slot into pretty much any deck that has green in it. It's just a solid combo in its own right. Free 2 Wakamo! Gold bar. Weiss Schwarz placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. Okay, pretty common. Climax combo. When the gold bar is placed in your climax area, this gains one of the 2 falling abilities of your choice. At the start of your attack phase, if this is in your front row, send all other characters from both players' stage to waiting room. Then deal 1 damage to your opponent, then 2 damage to your opponent. Or, pay 1, ditch 1. When this card attacks, you may pay the cost if you deal 2 damage to your opponent. I forgot, I should have been playing the Blue Archive songs, huh? We'll do it. We will do it in the YouTube video, if we do the YouTube video. Okay, so here's the thing. Alright, so you sack your entire field. And then you deal 1 damage, 2 damage, and then you swing for 4. Your opponent also loses their entire fields. That's less damage than if you just did pay 1, ditch 1, burn 2. This is fine. It's fine. Pay 1, ditch 1, burn 2 is not a great finisher. I consider it probably about the bare minimum for a finisher. Like, burn 2, pay 1, ditch 1, burn 2 on attack is like, okay. This has the additional ability of being able to do something else. That other thing is not that great, but there might be some reason you want to do it, and having options is better than not. So most of the time you're going to choose B. Like 85-95% of the time you're going to choose B. But there are occasions, like you don't have enough resources, you could do A. And get your opponent's field with you, so it's fine. It's a fine finisher. When this is placed on stage from hand. Oh, 0-0 cheese. When this is placed on stage from hand, choose 1 card in your clock, add it to hand. If you did, choose 1 card in your hand and put it on clock. With attacks, choose 1 of your Kavota's characters. 1 of your other Kavota's characters, so not itself. This turn it gets plus X power. X equals the number of your other Kavota's characters times 500. So up to 2,500. I mean, it's fine. It's good, I guess, if you're using like a tricolor deck and you really need to I don't know, mess with your clock on your main phase or something. It's fine. There's probably a use case where you use it. I just don't really see what that case is in our normal deck. Kata. When this is placed on stage from hand, a 0/0 kata. When this is placed on stage from hand, choose one of your opponent's characters. Until the end of your opponent's next turn, it gives the following ability. Continuous. This cannot move to other slots. Act. Ditch 1. Send this to waiting room. Choose one Kavai's character in waiting room, add it to hand. Okay, so this is basically here just a fuck over standby. Basically, a lot of times when people are playing standby, they'll stand by out to the back row. Yeah, because they come out rested, and there's wait till next turn to actually use it. You play it if Kata, you say that character can't move from the back row, they're stuck there for another turn. Then you heat it. Unfortunately, there's also such a thing as like a backup counter most of the time. So I don't really know if this is really the right card to play for that, but I was like an early play counter. We have early play counters. We have Adachis. It is an act, I guess. But yeah, I don't really know why you would play this. There's better cards. 1/0 Kaho. Continuous experience 2. If the sum of levels of cards in your level zone are 2 or more, it gets plus 2k. So it's a 6k. Pay 1. Ditch 1 climax. When this is placed on stage from hand, and you pay the cost you do, choose 1 climax in your waiting room, add it to hand. So it's a potentially a 6k 1/0 climax swap. So you dish the climax that you don't need, and you pick up the climax you do. I think the Ari is better most of the time. You're only playing this in green, really. I think yeah, I think the other girl is better for this. You can swing with this, I guess. So I guess there's that use case. She's big enough she could actually get over things, so it's not like you're wasting her. 1/0 Kokona. Experience 2. Dang your turn if the level... If the sum of the levels of cards in your level zone are 2 or more, you get plus 2k power and the following ability, Auto. When this attacks, if the level of the character across from us is 2, not more than 2, just 2. This turn it gets plus 6k power, so it becomes a 6/5 on your turn if you have experience. And 12/5 if the opponent's character is also level 2. I mean, this is an Alice killer again. It's an Alice killer. Not currently good in the meta, but you know what? It could happen again. Saki, 3/2 Saki. Auto. Ditch 1 card when it is placed on stage from hand. You may pay the cost. If you do, return the top card of your clock to your hand. What? Pay 1, ditch 2 Kavono's characters. When this direct attacks, you may pay the cost. If you do, deal 2 damage to your opponent. I don't think this is good. This sounds like it could be insane, but... Pay 1, ditch 2, and you have to be directing. To burn 2. I don't see this being good. You ditch a card, and the clock goes back to your hands. So you're healing to hand, but you can only heal the top card to hand. Yeah, I don't see the use case for this. I think there are better healers. The pay 1, ditch 2 if you're doing direct attacks. I'm trying to think of when you would do direct attacks. So I'm like, you could use the Wakamo in order to, like, hit the direct attack, because even if you encore this, it comes back rested. Yeah, I don't really see this one. I'm gonna give it a respect, too, because there might be some use case for it, but I just don't really see it. I'm tempted to give it a 1 star. Despite how cute she is in that bikini coat. Shun. When this... Free 2 Shun. When this is placed on stage from hand, perform the following effect twice. You may choose one of your opponent's level 1 or higher characters. If you do, your opponent chooses one level X or lower characters from their waiting room and swaps the 2 characters. X equals the level of the characters chosen by you minus 1, so it's a level down. It's a free level down. And you get to do it twice. Then it has change. Return this to your hand at the start of your climax phase if you pay the cost. If you do choose 1, 3, 2 Shun, a different Shun, the Lolly Shun, in your hand and place on stage in this card's former slot. Let's see. We're gonna see what that card does really quick. The Wally Shun. 3-2 Wally Shun. I don't know what the card's name is. We're gonna call her Lolly Shun and Mommy Shun. Ditch 1 card when this is placed on stage from hand, which could also be from that change effect. If you do, put the top card of your clock into stock. So you get to level down 2, and you get to heal the stock. Auto change returns to the hand and start your climax phase. You may pay the cost if you do choose 1, 3, 2 Shun. Mommy Shin from your hand and place it where this card's so you could go either way. You play one of these, do the effect, and then at the beginning of your climax phase, you change the other one, do that one effects. You get 2 level downs and a stock heal. For ditch 1. And you could ditch the Mommy Shun if you want to. Like, there's nothing stopping you. So, like, if you don't think Lolly Shun will survive, you could ditch Mommy Shun. And it gives you 2 level downs and, a stock heal. I think it's pretty good. I don't know if it's 3-star good. I think it's 2-star good. I think there's definitely some use cases for it. I would turn my nose up at it if I saw it. I think it's a lot of slots to have. And obviously you can only come online at level 3. I mean, actually no, it doesn't even have to. You can play with standby. It just wouldn't change until your next turn anyways. But it's kind of funny though. Alright, Sayori. So, a bunch of cards have this Aria Squad trait. In addition to Kavotos, they have Arya Squad. And I'm gonna have them all pointed out when they do. Uh, so 3-2 Sayori. When this card is placed on the stage from hand, draw up to 2 cards, then ditch 1. And in the climax combo, experience 4. Pay 3, ditch 2. When this attacks, if you have a level 1 or lower stock soul in your climax area, and a sum of levels in your card is in your level zone is 4 or more, you may pay the cost. If you do this turn, this gets plus 1k power. And for every 2 Arya Squad characters you control, perform the following effect. Deal 2 damage to your opponent. Now, no, she is an Arya Squad herself. It does round down, so you can only have, it only affects the first 4 Arya Squad characters. So, if you have 2 Arya Squads, she deals 2 damage. But if you have 4 Arya Squad, she deals 2 damage twice. It's basically an on attack, pay 3, ditch 2. The experience is really easy. She gets stuff. I mean, if you play 3 of these, you get to draw 2, ditch 1. That's like 6 cards to get the other like part you need. If you need another part, either the climax or another Arya Squad. There's only 4 Arya Squad characters in the entire set. So if you play this combo, which is also on a not a very good trigger, you are not gonna get to play, you're gonna have your deck warped a lot. Because you're gonna have to play these other characters. It's also pay 3, ditch 2, which, it does pay for one of itself. So it's really kind of like a pay 3, ditch 1. So really it's the stock that's really expensive. The cards in the hand aren't too bad. You're probably only gonna get 2 of these off. But if you do, that's burn 2, burn 2, burn 2, burn 2. That is a lot of damage still. And you could, you could play it off finish. I mean, you could play it off finisher or something. You don't have to play 3 of these Sayors then. I'm gonna give it a 3-star. I don't think it's the best. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm gonna give it 4 stars, and I give it 4 stars. I think it's better than most finishers. I think that the Arya Squad is very deck warping, but I don't think it's a hard condition. It's very expensive, but man, it does a lot of damage. Very all in on the Arya Squad. If you play this combo, that's pretty much it. You better kill him this turn, because you're not going to have any resources after that. Hi, Cthulhu. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about very food cards in very detail. How's your night going? How's your night going? Zero Hiyori. This is one of the Arya Squad characters you can play. At the start of your climax phase, choose one of your characters. This turn, it gets plus 1k power. And then also, pay 1. When your climax is placed in the climax area, you may pay cost. If you do, look at up to 4 cards in the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Kavoda's character from among them, choose it to your opponent, add it to hand, send the rest to waiting room. I'm gonna be honest, this is a gold bar card. Maybe a pants card, but you're really playing us because of the Kavodas, or because of the Arya squad. I have to pay 1 to get a character. Every time you play down a climax, so... it gives 1k power. I mean, I think it's 3 stars. I think it's fine. This is probably one of the least offensive of the Arya squads you have to play. Doing good, just got off work eating... jambalaya? I don't know what that is. I hope that's yummy, though. I'm doing well. We're talking Weiss. Blue archive cards. Alright, 0-0 Tsukuyo. Pay 1 at the start of your opponent's attack phase. You may pay the cost if you move this to an open position in your back row. It's a back row runner. Send this to waiting room when your other character is sent from stage to waiting room. If this is in your back row, you may pay the cost. If you do, return that character to the stage. Its former slot rested. So you could pay 1, sack it, to save a character. But it doesn't return to your hand like a JC would. I guess there's a use case to that, but I just don't really see when it would be. It would just stop you from having to pay cost twice on a card that you saved. 2 stars. I mean, there's probably a use case for it, I just don't see it. I don't see why you'd play this over the JC. Really. Rice and Fiat veggie juice. Kielbasa, peppers and ice. Oh my god, that sounds good. Makes me hungry. 0-0 Moe. Your other characters in the front row, center slot gets plus 500. Pay 1, rest this, flip over the top 4 cards of your decks that send them to the waiting room. For each climax among them, search your deck for up to 1 Kavoda's character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck afterwards. It's fine. 500 of the center slots will find secondary effects, the search brainstorm. If you want to search brainstorm, here's your option. That's pretty much it. 0-0 Izuna. Cute shorts. Cute bikini, cute shorts. Auto, when this is placed on stage from hand, choose 1 card from your hand and you may set it to stock. Auto, pay 2 when this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost as you shuffle all cards from your waiting room into your deck. So the reason you would do this is because when you run out of cards in your deck, you clock yourself. This stops you too. This is called a free fresh. Basically stops you from taking damage from running out of cards. It also lets you just reset your deck compression to whatever is in your waiting room. It's fine. If you want a free fresh, here it is. It's not that great, but it's a free fresh. Kata! 1-0 Kata. Your other character in the front row, center slot, gets 1500 power. Pay 1, ditch 1, rest this. Look at the top 3 cards from your deck. Choose up to 1 card from among them. Add it to hand, send the rest to the wave room. It's a spammable pay one, ditch one filter that also gives 1500 power to your center front slot. I don't know what character you'd be putting in your center front slot. It's not like this. I don't think this set has a bodyguard or great performance character. If it did, this would be amazing. As it stands, I just don't see what you would be putting there. But the effect's not bad. It's perfectly viable. I don't know why you would need this much filtering, but hey, you know, it's there. Ruby! 1-0. It's a 1K backup. Pay 3. When you use this card's backup, you may pay the cost. If you do, so the top card of your opponent's clock to the waiting room. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters whose level is higher than your opponent's level and send it to clock. It's a 1-0 early play backup. So, you use this when your opponent's got characters that are too big for its level. And you can play it at 1-0, which is really kind of cool. My issue with it is it's pay 3, which is a lot. But that can also be a really good thing. A lot of these are usually like ditch 2 or something. Which kind of hurts more than your opponent losing their early play. Pay 3 is a little bit better in some ways, but that's still a lot of stock. I'm gonna give it a 2-star. I'm gonna give it a 2-star. If you need it, here it is. Saya, assist, level times 500. So it's a level assist. The characters in front of it get 500 times their level. Auto, ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, choose one Kavoda's character from your waiting room, add to hand. Oh, it's a 2-1. Okay, right. That makes sense. I was gonna say, ditch 1 just salvage anything, really? This is fine. Honestly, this is fine. If you need a level assist, this is an option. I don't know if it's the best option, but it's a good option. Usually around this point, you'd be looking to play like level 3 SS, but if you're playing like level 2 characters or whatever, I mean, this is still an option to play. Oh, there's your bodyguard. Okay, hold on. If your opponent has 5 or more climaxes in their waiting room, this gets -1 level at hand. So it's a 1-1 bodyguard. But it's dependent on your opponent's deck state. Eek. When this is placed on stage your hand, until the end of your opponent's next turn, this gets a Folly 2 abilities. During your opponent's turn, this gets plus 2k power. And bodyguard. So it's an 8k for 1 turn. On your opponent's turn, it is that bodyguard. Oh. With that other 1-0, it becomes a 9-5. Okay, I'm not even gonna explain bodyguard. It's a really complicated mechanic. And, if you're interested in Blue Archive, you don't need to know. This is a really shit bodyguard. This is like the worst bodyguard I've ever seen, I think. It's really, really bad. Way too small to be a bodyguard. Even with the 1-0, it's really not big enough. 2-1 Memori. Pay 1, ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, your opponent chooses one climax from their waiting room, shuffles all of the other cards. Wait, do we get another Fumo? There's 2 Fumos in this deck? Why? At the start of your opponent's attack phase, choose one of your Komodos characters and move it to an empty front slot with a character slot across from it. To start of your opponent's attack phase, choose one of your Komodos characters. See? You pick one of your characters and make it a chaser. Why? It's a Fumo. It's a Fumo. It's a Fumo with like a random ability that's just like kind of slapped on for some reason. Doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why you would use this card, but hey, it's a card. Atsuko. I actually put Atsuko instead of Arya Squad. This is an Arya Squad card. So it works with the Arya Squad finisher. If you have a 0-0 Hiyori, which I forgot to put in here, and a 1-0 Misaki, which I also forgot to put, these are the other 2 Arya Squads that aren't finishers. This gets Weiss one level in hand, so this becomes an early play. You can play at level 2. When this is placed on stage or hand, you may choose one Komodos character from your clock. You may put it in the bottom of your deck. So it's a bottom deck healer. Ditch 1 during your opponent's turn. When this is reversed, you may pay the cost. If you do, rest this, and at the start of your encore step, send this to the waiting room. So it's got kind of like a pseudo hand encore. But it's also got a clock to bottom deck heal, and it's an early play. Honestly, it's fine. It's fine. You would probably almost always play a different early play. I mean, it's got encore, basically. It's got like a pseudo encore. So it's not even bad. Like, but you're playing it for the Arya Squad. If you're playing that finisher. Otherwise, it's like, it's okay as an early play. It's definitely not bad as an early play in its own right, but there's probably better options. Especially since you have this, like, condition that you need to meet. You're only playing this if you have an Arya Squad. We already rated Shun. 0-0 Cheese. When this attacks, choose one of your other Komodos characters until the end of your opponent's turn. It gets 1500 power and ditch 1 encore. Cheese is very cute, I agree. I like the red and blues. Oh. I don't know what you're using this for. When this attacks until your opponent's next turn, it gets 1500 and ditch 1 encore. That you could do some really cheeky shit with this. Especially if you can like guarantee that you're gonna hit level 1 before your opponent does. 1000 power is not gonna get over very much, but if your opponent's level 0, you can side attack. I just don't know what I just don't know what you're using this for. Maybe a level 0 climax combo? that you can then just immediately save with the ditch one. With meat makes, they immediately think of that, Yui combo. I don't know why you would do that though, you could just put her on the back row. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. There's probably some use case, I just don't see it. Whack-a-mole! Bikini Whack-a-mole. If you have no other characters in your front row, this gets +1 level, plus 4k power. Honestly, not bad. This makes it a 5/5 level 1. But man, you have to go first if you're gonna play this card. You can't go second. If you go second, this card's useless. It's 1500 power. If you play literally anything else in your front row. I actually, because it's only 1500 power, I'm gonna give it I'm gonna give it a 2-star. If this was like higher power and lower power here, it'd be better, but because it's 1500 on the second turn, it's like, that's so weak. 0/0 Saya. When this is placed on stage of hand, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 event from among them. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand. So the rest of the waiting room. If you added a card, ditch a card. So it's a mill for 3, hope you get an event, even if you don't, it's okay. When this is placed on stage of your hand, choose up to 1 of your opponent's characters, send it to memory, your opponent puts it on any stage side. So it's a blink and an event reason. If you need it, you need it. If you don't, it's not worth playing, obviously. Only if you're playing an event deck, pretty much. Fubuki! When this is placed on stage of your hand, this turn, very cute girl. When this is placed on stage of your hand, this turn, this gets plus X power. X equals the number of your opponent's characters times 1000. So this could be a 6500 or it could be a 1500 let's be honest, it'll be at least a 2500 if the power matters. When this is placed on stage or hand, choose one of your opponent's characters this turn. It gates. This cannot be returned to hand or sent to memory. Okay, so this is basically just for if there's like if there's a meta deck that needs to send itself to memory, you play this card. Because there's definitely decks that do that. Right now, the only one I could think of that's like that's even remotely meta relevant right now would be like Ari Feretta. And I don't even think it's that meta relevant, but you could dunk on it. But it's removed enough from the meta that I don't think that Fubuki is necessary. But it could come back, you never know. Or you could get another card like that, another deck like that. Mina, when this is placed on stage your hand, choose 1 Kavoda's character from your level zone and 1 Kavoda's character from your waiting room. You may swap them. So another experience fixer. Apparently there's a lot more than I thought there was. Pay 1, ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 Kavoda's character. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand. Shuffle your deck afterwards. So it's a search filter. It's pay 1, ditch 1 search. that is also an experience fixer. I don't really think these experience fixers are that necessary. For most of these, they're like experience 4 by level 3, which is like really easy to just get. Was there like level 6 by 2? That one's obviously something you're gonna need a level fixer for. Or or 5 experience by 2. I mean, I guess occasionally you could fuck up and not get 2 experience by 1. But, like, for the most part, if you build your decks right, you should be hitting these experiences without too much filtering. Misaki! This is one of the Weiss Squad characters. 1-0. During your turn, all of your other Kavonis characters get plus 1k power. So it's a 1k, global 1k on your turn, and then Brainstorm, pay 1. This is a spammable brainstorm. You can do this as many times as you want. Flip over the top 4 cards of your deck, but send them to waiting room. For each climax among them, resolve the following effect. Choose one character from your waiting room, add it to hand, and ditch a card. Alright, so here's the hot take here. This is the worst card in the Weiss Squad package. This card is what makes the Weiss Squad package kinda suck, in some ways. It's just because it's a spammable brainstorm. If this was just any other salvage brainstorm, they still had pay 1 rest. It was not a spammable, like, this would be so much better. So I'm gonna give it a 2-star. You're only playing this because of the Weiss Squad. But if you play Weiss Squad, you pretty much have to play this card. Thankfully, a low cap is probably fine. But yeah, this card kinda sucks. Miyu! 1-0 Miyu. If you have 2 or more other Kavonis characters, this does not suffer soul penalty when side attacking. So when you're attacking, use a soul per level if you're doing a side attack instead of a front attack. But this character doesn't get that, so she can always swing. She always side attack if she wants to, for free. When it's attacked, choose one of your other Kavonis characters this turn. It gets plus X power. X equals the number of your other Kavonis characters times 500. So at max 2k. So you can give 2k to another character and then side attack for free. It's in green, which is a little awkward because I don't think there's any on reverse combos in green. I don't really see a use case for this, honestly. Hina, maybe Hina, if you need to get those reverses. This side attacks for free, so there's not any, like... Honestly, actually, that's the 2-star. This is the one that I can only think of. You probably play her with the Hina. I mean, that's probably viable. Other than that, I can't really think of a reason why you'd play her. Other than the fact that she's cute. I mean, look at her. Look at her with those little cute light leaves on her. Very adorable, very adorable. She provides power pump, bitch. She could side attack for free. 1-0 Michiru. Experience 2. If the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 2 or more, this gets plus 2k power. So it becomes a 6k. Auto, ditch one card during your main phase when this is placed on stage from hand or deck. Well, that's interesting. You may pay cost. If you do, search your deck for up to one copy of this, show it to your opponent, place it on stage in Eddie's slot, and shuffle your deck afterwards. Okay, so what that means is, you play this card, you ditch a card. You search your deck for another copy of this card. Put it on the field, and then ditch another card, search your deck for this card, play it on the field. And now you've got a bunch of 6K level 1s. And, I mean, yeah, it works. It's not a bad card, honestly. As far as auxiliary level 1s go, like, you get it. You get one copy of it, Sunlow, you have 3 of them. With decent offensive power. And defensive power. I mean, there's 6K on defense too, so that's not bad either. I mean, it's not a lot of power, but like, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. 1-0 Carino. Experience 2. During your turn, if the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 2 or more, artist gets plus 2K power. So it's a 6-5. During your turn only. Auto, pay 1. During the turn this was placed on stage from hand when this card's battle opponent is reversed. Repay the cost. If you do, choose one Kavotos in your waiting room and add to hand. This is fine. It's a 6-5 with the extra ability to salvage. Reverse. It's okay. I don't think it's particularly good, but you could do worse for an auxiliary level 1. Saki. 1-1 Saki. Assist level times 500. So it's a level assist. There's 500 power times the character's level to the characters in front of it. Ditch 1, rest this. Choose 1, 2-1 Miyako or 1-0 Miyu or 0-0 Moe in your waiver, add to hands. Fuck, which ones are those? 71, 66, and 51. That's this Miyu. Shit, what was it? 51 Moe. This one. Oh, is this like another package? So the search brainstorm. And Miyako 7-1. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like this package at all. Like, I'll be honest, if you really, really like this particular team, this is probably fine, but unless you really like this team specifically, it's not gonna make it into a meta deck. It's just not going to. Not that it's like bad, it's just none of the cards in it are good. Or at least not good enough to warrant making this whole package around it. Unless you like it. Unless you really like these characters. You'd be better off just not having the package. Shizuko! Assist. A level assist. Ditch one card when this is placed on stage from your hand. You may pay cost. If you do, choose 1/2/1 Pina 72 in your waiting room. Place it on stage in a slot. So you get to summon this, basically. Ditch your card, summon this immediately. And it's a level assist, so it gives it 1k power. Which one is this? 72? I'm gonna reread this one at the same time. 2/1 Peanut! So it's summoned by that other card that we were just looking at. When it attacks, the level of the character across from it is 3 or higher. This gives plus 6k power. So it's 13k as a level 3 killer. Pay 1. When this card's level 2 or higher battle opponent is reversed, you may pay the cost. You do choose one character waiter or add to hand. No. I guess you get to play it for free with the assist. But no, you ditch for it, don't you? Yeah, this is bad. I don't get this. These are bad cards. I mean, like, they're not bad, but there's no reason for you to mechanically play them over other cards. They're very restrictive, they kinda require specific conditions, and the reward is not good enough. I mean, it only gets power against level 3s. You still have to pay 1 to do the salvage. So, like, why? I don't know. And I feel like there's better cards. Alright, so the Miyako package. If you have the 1/1 Saki, that was the back row for this. It gets plus 3k. Give another 0/0 Moe, this gets plus 2k. So it can get up to 5k for playing that other package. That puts it at 11k for a 2/1. Neither of those two cards were particularly good. They were okay, but they weren't, like, good. And what you get out of it is 11k 2/1. It's just not good. It's just not that good. We've already gone over that there's a 10/5 1/1 that barely requires anything. Or a 10/5 2/1 that barely requires any condition. So it's like the 11k 2/1 requires all this other setup that's just like for 500 power, I don't know. I don't see it being that relevant. Alright, on to the green events. This 1/0 event, Catch Me in Netherlands. Choose one of the following 2 effects and resolve it, then send this to the bottom of your deck. So you can either look at up to 4 cards on the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Kavoda's character from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, send the rest to the waiting room. Solid effect, just filters itself. Or choose one of your opponent's level 1 or higher characters. Then your opponent chooses 1 level X or lower character from their waiting room and swap them. X equals the level of the character chosen by you, -1. This is a solid fucking event. I'm tempted to give this a 4-star. I think it's a 4-star bet. I think this is really, really good. Okay, so you put this in your deck. You may put 2 of them. If you're playing green, you put like 2 or 3 of these in your deck. Alright. If you draw them, and you don't need... So you're playing it for this effect here. You're using it as a level down, right? It forces your opponent to deal with the fact that, like you're basically taking their big characters and make them into small characters. But if you don't need that, that's okay. You can just turn this card into a different card. And mill at the same time. This is just solid. Like, it's just a solidly good card. There's no downside to playing it. If you're playing green, you can play it. The only problem would be slots, so like it might not fit in Arya squad. But if you're playing 8 gold bar, yeah, throw it in there, why not? Alright, we're back to red. Zero Torino. When this card is placed on stage from hand, look at the top card of your deck and put it on top of your deck or into the waiting room. The dog plays Surveil. And Auto, ditch 1. When sent from the stage to the waiting room, you may pay the cost. If you do, look it up to 4 cards to the top of your deck, choose up to 1 level 1 or higher card among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, send the rest to the waiting room. Okay, I actually kind of like this a lot. So this profile is called a Chiuri. This effect right here is a Chiuri effect. And it's on a character called Chirino. I don't know if that's intentional from Bushiroad. It might be. But I just like the cheery Chirino. Also, she's fucking adorable. And it's better than your average cheery. I'm actually gonna give this a 4-star. It's a cheery, which would be fine on its own. It's a good profile. But then it's also got this additional effect of Surveil. And was it lose 500 power? Who gives a shit? It's a Chiuri. It's gonna die anyways. That's its whole job. So, like, this is perfect. I like this card. It's good card. Aru, 3-2. If you have 2 or more other Kavotos characters, this gets plus 2k power. So it's 11k, if you've got 2 or more others. Ooh. Climax combo on the standby climax. Pay 1, ditch 1. When this is placed on stage by the effects of standby, this specific standby, you may pay the cost if you do stand this. This also affects when triggering standby. Okay, so standby's a little confusing. We've got some people in here who might not know. So, standby doesn't just give 1k1. Like most climaxes give 1000 power to all your characters and plus 1 sold all your characters on play. And then when they're triggered, they have like a special plusing effect. Sometimes it's salvage a character from your waiting room. Sometimes it's salvage a climax from your waiting room. Not standby. Standby is its own beast. So when on play or on trigger, it's the same. When you play or when you trigger a standby climax, you could take a character from your waiting room and put it on the field. Rest it. As long as that character is your level +1 or lower. So it lets you early play characters before you're normally able to, but they come out rested. And they're free, so even if they cost a lot, they're free. Now there's some pros and cons to standby, but it's typically a really, really powerful trigger. And it has been kind of meta warping ever since it was really introduced. It's gotten better recently, but there was like a year or two I was playing where standby was just like always the dominant deck. But it's got a lot better recently. So this finisher says when it's summoned, either because you played this specific climax or you triggered this specific climax, you could pay one, ditch one, and stand it. So because it comes in rested, it can't attack that turn. But you could pay one, ditch one, and basically be able to attack with it. Which is kind of crazy because when you attack with a character, you get a stock. So it's really ditch one to be able to do damage. So, pretty damn good, especially since when you trigger it, you also pay out the climax. It's all good. This effect on its own, the thing is it only works with this specific standby and not all standby. So if you summon it with a different standby climax, it doesn't do it. Ow. See, here's the thing, I don't really do a lot of standby, so I have a hard time judging this. I would give it... I'm tempted to give it 4 stars. I think it's really, really solid. I think it's really, really good. I think that effect is insane. I'm a little worried that Blue Archive in general does not have a great level 1 standby combo. We're kind of get to that. But I think this combo in a vacuum is really good. 3-2 Hina, the off-finisher swimsuit Hina. If you have 2 or less climaxes in your waiting room, this gets -1 level at hand. It's not my favorite early play condition, but... Experience 4. If the sum of levels in your card is 4 or more, which is pretty easy to get by level 2. This gets plus 1500 power and the following ability. Pay 1, ditch 1. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, you may pay the cost. If you do, deal 1 damage to your opponent. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. Honestly, not bad. This is not a bad card. This is actually really good. For an off finisher, it's solid, does damage, and it heals. And it's an early play. I mean, there's a lot to like about this card, honestly. I will say, the one bad thing about this card is the same as the other Hina. Coughing and headache are starting to get to me. I'm gonna go to rest. I'll be lurking. Good night, Lisa and Traveler. Good night, Yagi. Night night. Yeah, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I would give it a 4-star. I think it's really solid. Because it both gets to heal and gets to burn and is early play. I mean, that's just a lot of good things. Notably, it's 10-5. And it has skin of reverse to be able to burn. That's not a lot of power. That's not a lot of power. It is an early play, so you'll be able to get the burn earlier. Which helps, but like, both of the Hinas really need Power Pump to make this work. And so that's really what's keeping it from getting like a 5-star. Surely Hina in a swimsuit gives it an extra star. I'm gonna be honest, I am a little biased already, so. That might be part of why I'm giving it 4 stars. 00 Kayako. Ditch 1 was placed on stage for hand. You may pay the cost if you do reveal the top card of your deck. Choose 1 level extra or character from the waiting room, add it to hand. X equal the level of the real card. This is a profile that exists in much better forms than almost every other set that has it. It's unfortunate. It's a good profile. It's just one of the... I don't know why it's rare. Like, it's rare. This is uncommon ability. I don't know why it's here. This profile is really, really good. That's the thing. Like, this profile is really good. It reveals the top card of your deck. You get a selective salvage for Ditch 1. So I'm gonna give it 3 stars. Because it's a good profile. And it's one that will probably still make it into people's deck lists. But I'm disappointed because it doesn't do anything else. It's just that one profile. It's vanilla. Do more, Kayaka, do more. 00 Iori. When this is placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is a Kavotos character, choose one of your characters this turn gets plus 2k power. Notably does not hit on events or climaxes. When this is reversed, reveal a top card of your deck. If that card is level 2 or higher, you may return this to hand. That's a pretty low chance for a coin flip. But it does give a character 2k power. I will give this one 2 stars. Hey, we're talking about power pump. Here's one source of power pump. And it has a coin flip, so there's a chance that you'll get to plus randomly for no reason. And it can give power to itself. So, I mean, it could be a 3k, it's on itself. It's like, on your turn, it's 3k, and then randomly comes back to your hands. Oh, fuck. Actually, now I say that, it's 3 stars. That's actually really good. If you don't play any events, the chances of you getting the 3k is pretty high. So it's 3k offensively most of the time, and it's sometimes you'll randomly pop it back to your hand. That's fine. That's fine for, especially if you need the power pump in a deck, that's fine. 00 Minori. When this is placed on stage in your hand, you may perform the following effects. Search your deck for up to 1 Kavotos character, send it to the waiting room, shuffle your deck afterwards. Okay, Okay, this is the dumbest thing, but like, I have no idea how to evaluate this card. I don't think I've ever seen his profile before. Here's the reason. Okay, so like if you think about it, what you're doing is you play this card, you search your deck for a character, and put it in the waiting room. That's it. That's it. That's all you get. You don't get a card in your hand. You don't get a card in your stock. It doesn't do anything. It just puts a specific card that's in your deck in your waiting room. That's it. What? That's still really powerful. Yeah, exactly, Traveler. Exactly. Makes no sense. But, but, if you're playing standby, having that card in your waiting room means that you can then grab it and put it on the field. And this basically guarantees that you could put a card in your waiting room. Like a specific card. So if you have like a 1/1 that you want to guarantee that if you hit a standby, it will come out. This is the best card, I think, in the entire game to do that. Or one of them. How do you guarantee that you're gonna get a standby? I don't know. If you have it in hand. I I guess there's like I don't know, there's like this weird thought process I have where it's like you get to mulligan at the beginning of the game, right? So you take your 5 cards. If none of them are climaxes or this card, you just dump your hands. Look at the next 5 cards. And hope that you get a climax in this card. Because then you play this card, and then you immediately make sure you get the 1/1 in your waiting room. And you play the standby climax, and you get to place that 1/1 on the field. And you basically get like 13 cards in the first turn to try to get those 2 cards. If there's a 1/1 that you really fucking want to put down, like turn 1, this is a really good card. Otherwise, it's absolutely shit, and I have no idea what you're doing with it. But man, you gotta get a lot of value out of that. So I'm gonna give this a tentative 3 stars. It's either going to be a 1 star or a 5 star, and I have no idea how to evaluate it. It's either gonna be like every 8 standby deck list, or it's gonna be in none of them, and it'll never get touched. I just have no idea. I have no idea, no way of predicting. So just keep an eye out on that card, I guess. Mutsuki. When this is placed on stage for hand, choose one of your other Kavoda's characters. This turn it gets plus 1k power. Return this to hand when your climax is placed on climax area, you may pay cost. If you do, you look up the 2 cards from the top of your deck, put them back on top of your deck in any order, then choose one of your characters. This turn gets plus 1k power. This would be better if you could, like, get rid of cards from the top of your deck. You just get to change the order, but it's fine. It only goes 1k. I mean, so the idea is this card's really good with standby because it lets you put cards on the field. It's a character that you could play, give it a K, 1k power. like a character, right? And then you play a standby climax, you bounce this back to your hand, do this effect, and give another character 1k power. And then you can do that again next turn. And then when you stand by something in the slot that it was in, right? So that's the idea. You summon it to the slot that it used to occupy. I think this is 3 stars. I think this is probably like pretty average for this kind of profile. I don't know about this effect. The top 2 rearrange is like whatever. But it's not bad, I guess. You'll know what you're gonna trigger. One zero Fuuka. Ditch one card was placed on stage for your hand. You may pay the cost. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck. Choose one level X or lower Kavoda's character from your waiting room. And as to hand, X equals the level or reveal card. This is the card we were talking about that I was saying. That level 0 character where it was like, that's vanilla. It's basically, this is the same effect. Except it's a 1-0 and it has experience too. When this attacks with the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 2 or more, choose one of your characters this turn gets plus 1k power. So this could be a 5k version of this card. I don't even know if this is good. Doing it at level 1? Sev at level 0? I think this is actually worse. Weirdly enough, I think this is worse. Because, like, one of the benefits of this card is it lets you salvage any level 0. Because, at a minimum, a card that you reveal is going to be 0. The top of your deck. So you can salvage any level 0, but now you're doing this at level 1 instead of level 0? So, like, I would just rather do it at level 0, so I can always have a level 0. Doing it at level 1 is just like ruining some of the value with the timing. Still good, it's just like I'd rather play the level 0 one. 1-0 Haruna! When this attacks, if you have another Kavoda's character, this gets plus 1500 power. So it's a 7k with a door. Climax. To the 1k one. Climax combo experience 2. When this attacks, if you have the door climax in your climax area, and the sum of levels of cards in your level set is 2 or more, mill 2. Then choose up to 1 level X or lower Kavoda's character from your waiting room, and add it to hand, and this turn it gets plus 1k. Oh, gets an extra k. X is equals the levels of the cards milled by this effect. So it's a cigarettes, and he gets an additional 2 5s. So it's 5, 7, 8k. It's an 8k cigarettes. With the climax. It's fine. It's honestly fine. It's about the right power level for cigarettes. It's not a good trigger. And 8k cigarettes is pretty good nowadays. I think that's pretty fair. 1-1 Iraha. Assist. It's a level assist. And ditch 2. At the start of your encore step, you may pay cost if you deal 1 damage to your opponent. It's fine. I think it's very hard for you to judge this one. Ditch 2 is a lot. That's a lot of cost, but this is repeatable. You can do it I could do it multiple times. I mean, you can't do it multiple times per encore step, but it's in your back row. You do it every turn if you want to. Starting at level 1, so I'm like, holy shit. Like, you really want to accelerate your opponent, you definitely have the ability to. I don't know how you keep going. Like, ditching 2 every turn, you're gonna run out cards really fast, but there's up potential to this. I just don't know if you can sustain it. 2-1 Echo. Uh, assist 2k to level 3 or higher characters, so it's a level 3 only assist. Press this, choose one of your characters as targets 1500 power. This is exactly the card you're gonna be using. Probably with your Hitas. Because he has 2k to level 3, so there's 2k to your Hitas, and then 1500 to one of your Hitas. So, that's probably what you're gonna be using to try to get those reverses. Haruka, this is the same climax combo as the Akko, I think. She's Hia's right-hand girl, so that makes sense. Oh, perfect! I love it. I love it when there's like that, like, lore. There's legitimately times where I've picked up sets and like learned a lot about the actual show just from reading the cards and realizing there's themes and connections. It's pretty cool how much they like try to keep the flavor alive. Anyways, Tutu Haruka. It's a 1500 assist to the characters in front of it. Climax combo. Rest this. Search your deck for up to 1 climax. Show it to your opponent. Then choose 1 Aru standby climax. This is the one with the restander, or not the restander, the one that stands when it's summoned. In your waiting room, show it to your opponent, swap them, then shuffle your deck afterwards. Then choose 1 of your characters this turn. It gets plus 1k power. Oh, you're playing as if you're playing the other card. If you're playing the Aru, you're playing this. It's fine. 1500 assist is fine, and then it has this effect to get Aru. And I mean, you also get 1500s as a pump every turn, too. So, I mean, like, that's... Oh, no, 1k, sorry. So it's 2500 to one of your lanes. And then 1500 to the other lane. So it's like, that's pretty good. Chinatsu! When this is placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If deck is level 2 or higher, choose one of your opponent's front row level 0. Characters may send it to waiting room. Alright, so that's a pretty low chance of a coin flip. Maybe like 30% at best most of the time. Brainstorm, pay 1, rest this, look for the top 4 cards of your deck. Send them to the waiting room. For each climax amount, choose up to 1 character from your waiver adds a hand. I don't really like the secondary effect, but a brainstorm's a brainstorm. If you want this salvage brainstorm. I don't know if we talked about another salvage brainstorm, but here is a salvage brainstorm. This part, I'm not really psyched about it. but it could occasionally go off and give you an extra soul or something, or I don't know. It's fine. 00 Nautica. Pay 2. When this is placed on stage or hand, you may pay the cost if you do. Choose one Kavo's character in your waiting room as to hand. With a pay 2 salvage on play. Pay 1, send this to the waiting room. Look up to 4 cards to the top of your deck. Choose up to one Kavoda's character among them. Show it to your opponent. Add it to your hands. So the rest of the waiting room. Okay, so now we've got hat on hat here. You want to pay 3 and sack her. You get salvage. You get the salvage and look up to 4. I mean, man, if you really need that filter, if you want a card that just filters for days. This is a card that filters for days. It's honestly, I'd hate a little overkill, but sure, why not? The funny thing is, it's still 2K power too, so like, what? What is going on here? Marita! When this is reversed, looking up to 3 cards to the top of your deck, choose up to 1 climax from among them. Add it to your hand to the rest of the waiting room. If you added a card to your hand, discard. This is a great card. I love this profile. I have a hard time thinking they'll ever actually add extra effects to it. Just A, he lets you fish for climaxes like this and mill for free. Just solidly strong profile. Shiguri! 1-0 Shiguri. This cannot a side attack. Put the top card of your deck into clock. Okay? When this attacks, you may pay the cost. You look up to 4 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 Kavo's character from among them. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand, send the rest to the waiting room. I mean, it's accelerate. It's an oversized accelerate. It's good. It's good. With mill in it, yep, I could see why somebody would play it. Two one Aru. Pay 1, ditch 2. When you use this card's backup, you may pay cost. If you do, choose 1 battling character. This turn it gets +6 soul. Okay, so the reason you play this is you want to give somebody so much soul they'll definitely cancel. And if they don't cancel, you just ate like 7 to the face. Honestly, this is probably fine. Pay 2, ditch 2 in order to basically guarantee a cancel. It's a 2-star. If you need it, you have it. Yeah, a lot of backups to choose from. Just pick your poison, you know? 3-2 Haruna. If you have 2 or less climaxes in your waiting room, this gets -1 level in hand. So it's a 2-2, well, it's an early play. When this is placed on stage or a hand, look it up to X cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 card from among them, add it to hand. Send the rest to the waiting room. X equals the number of your opponent's cards. So it's an early play top check X. I'll give it 3. Top check X's that are also early plays are kinda tough to come by. They're not crazy or anything, but I do like them. 00 Seta. When your other character's battle opponent is reversed, choose one of your characters. This turn it gets +500 power. Okay? wait, hold on. When your other character's battle opponent is reversed, choose one of your characters. This turn it gets plus 500. That's such a weird... Okay. Pay one, send us to the waiting room when your other character is sent from stage to the waiting room. If this is in your back row... Oh, it's a back row character. That makes sense. May pay cost if you do. Return that character to stage its horse spot rested until end of the next turn. It gets plus 3k. Damn, would this be a card to clean cut or what? You can clean cut this card. You get to use the stock and then immediately kill it. And then it gets to heavy 3k. I like this card. I like this card. I don't think it's... I don't know if it's really got the support it needs, but it's kind of cute. One zero Azumi. When this is placed on stage from hand or sent from stage to waiting room, you may mill 3. When it's reversed, if the battle opponent's level is 1 or lower, you may reverse that character. So it's a reverse bomb, a level 1 reverse bomb, that also mills 3. Wait. Mills 3 twice. You may mill 3 twice. That's actually kind of nice. Sure, if you want to play the accelerate, you can play this instead. Just bob and then mill to your next step. That's fine. One zero Tomoe. Continuous experience 2 at the sum of levels in your card is 2 or more. This gets plus 3k, so to 6k. Says to waiting room, when your other character's front attack to repay the costs, if you do, choose one of your battling characters. This turn it gets 1500 power. What would you play this? What would you save with this? I'm not really sure. The 1-0 combo is not big on defense, so it's a little weird. Maybe the standby one? I'm not sure. I think that's what you would probably play this with, would be the standby level 1 combo. You play this with like 6k. It's fine. There might be some reason you want to play that card. When your other 1-0 Iori, when your other Kafoto's character attacks, this turn, this gets plus 1k power. So, you can get to like 6-5 on attack. This ability activates up to once per turn when this is reversed. Reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is level 2 or higher, you may rest this. Alright, it's another coin flip that also gives power pump. That's not bad. I don't think it's particularly good, but it's not bad. It can save itself randomly sometimes. 1-1 Kayako. If you have 2 or more other Kafoto's characters, this gets plus 2k power and it has Encore. Well, there you go. There's a 1-1 standby target. 7,500 power and hand Encore? Not bad, not bad. This might be the card that you try to grab with the, what you call it. Let's put out 7,500 at turn 1. Tell your point, come at me, bro, come at me. Just auto summon Kayoko. There you go, easy. One Chorito on a standby climax. It has Encore, ditch one character. 6k power, experience 1 when this attacks. If you have standby in your climax area, and the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 1 or more, which is so free it's barely worth mentioning. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a Kavotos character or an event, add it to hand. This card has the most cutest, most adorable, most feudest climax art on the planet. And it sucks. Unfortunately, it sucks so bad. This standby combo is so tragic. The problem with this card is, first of all, it's not even a guaranteed plus. It doesn't, you can play the climax combo on attack, reveal a climax, so you just don't get the plus. If you do get to plus, it's literally just draw 1. Which is like the least selective, least helpful with mill. It's bad in like all those fronts. Additionally, it's a 1/1 that's only 6k? Are you fucking kidding me? This is gonna get over. Someone's gonna get over this. Not to mention it's bad on offense too. 6k on offense for a climax combo? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, if this is 6k and there's a 1k1 climax, sure, then it'd be 7k on attack. This is standby. It's 6k. It costs the stock to play from hand, and you're just gonna get run over. So you're not guaranteed the field plus either. The only thing that's good about this is that it has Encore. That's it. It's got Encore, which is neat, I guess. But you still have to ditch for Encore. This is just a really bad 1/1 standby combo, unfortunately. It's really unfortunate. You might play it for 8 standby because the rest of 8 standby seems fine, but Chorito is really the weak link here. Which sucks. It sucks so much. This is my most disappointed card, I think, in the whole set. Cause, they did Chorito fucking dirty with this combo. Like, this would be a 1-star if it wasn't for the fact that it's still 8 standby. like, that is the only reason. If there's literally any other standby combo in this set, it probably would, this would be a 1-star. Ah, man. Rip Chorito, rip Chorito. At least she got the decent cherry. Alright, 2-1 Fuka. Musgar attacks, choose one of your other characters. This turn gets plus 3k power. When this is reversed, if your battle opponent's level is higher than your opponent's level, you may send that character to memory. It's a 2-1 Adachi that does something else. It's an early play bond that does something else, so it's pretty decent. Full weight, it's 2-1 instead of 1-1, but you know, that 3k power pump is going to be useful in a lot of red decks, so Uh, that's probably your Adachi choice if you're playing Hina. Choo-Choo Megu! For each of your other Kavona's characters, this gets plus 1k power. So it becomes a 10k with Encore. Pretty middle of the road. Uh, if anything's slightly weak for, standby target. So, like, level 1, if you play standby, you grab this Choo-Choo Megu. It's fine. It's fine. Events. 2-1 Disciplinary Committee. If you don't have a Kavono's character, this cannot be played from hand. Basically, if you're playing as in... You can only play this card in a Neo standard set most of the time. Choose one of your characters this turn. It gains the following ability. Auto, when this card's battle point is reversed, choose one character in your waiting room. You may add it to hands. Choose one of your opponent's characters, move it to an opponent's empty slot. Okay, this is really hard to rate. So it's basically pay one, ditch one, because that's what an event is. All events are ditch one. If you get a reverse, salvage a character. So pay one, ditch one, salvage, and you get the additional of potentially moving your opponent to an empty slot. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a huge fan of this. If you have the right kind of setup where you're building a wall, this could be good. But I don't really see that happening at Hina's deck. It does have Hina on it. That is the nice thing. It is very pretty. It's a very pretty card, and I'm sure it has a use. I just don't know what you'd be playing Hina with. Where your opponent's gonna have an empty lane, you know? Because without an empty lane, this really doesn't do much. That you couldn't get with something else. I mean, you know, your opponent can't just crash. And just give you nothing to use your Hinas against, so you might still play it in a Hina's deck regardless. Just so he has something to clock kick, but you don't really want to have to play this card. Alright, and now we're on to our last color, blue. We're in the final stretches now. 0-0 Hamari. Brainstorm, pay one rest. Flip over the top 4 cards of your deck and send them to the waiting room. For each climax among them, choose up to one character from your waiting room and add it to hand. So it's another salvage brainstorm. Experience 3, rest this. If the sum of your level in your level zone is 3 or more, choose one of your characters. This turn it gets plus 2k power. Honestly, probably better than the other salvage brainstorm. Not much though. It's Power Pup. Yeah, there's some decks that eats a Power Pup. Honestly, you probably played this over the other brainstorm in the Hina deck. Just because you get the extra 2k Power Pup. 0-0 Toki. If this card has a marker under it, this gets the This gets 2k power and the falling ability. At the start of your opponent's attack phase, you may move this to an empty front row slot. So it becomes a 3k runner with a marker. When this is placed on stage, your hand reveal the top card of your deck. If that is a Kavoto's character or an event, you may put it underneath this card face down as a marker. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really, I don't really fall in love with runners. I think a lot of decks nowadays just turn sideways and attack every lane, and I think having out offensively powerful level zeros is pretty common nowadays, so I don't think 3k power is definitely gonna save things. So I don't think this is the best plusing zero, even in this set, let alone like the game. So, but I don't know. There might be a reason you want blue as your plusing zero or something. Here you go. 3-2 Yuka. If you have 4 or more Kavoto's characters, this gets +1 level or -1 level at hand. So, good early play condition. Probably the best one. During your turn, this gets +2k power, so it's a 10-5 on your turn. A5 on your opponent's turn. Experience 6, ditch a card when this is placed on stage from hand. If the sum of the level cards you use level set is 6 or more, you may pay the cost. If you do, you may heal up to 1. Then choose up to 1 character in your wave room and add it to your hand. So it's a salvage and a heal. Well, it's a ditch salvage. It's a filter and a heal. But you have to have 6 or more, which is tough in your level. Despite that, I think this is probably by far the best early play. In terms of like just healing and what it does. Just, if you need like a general purpose early play, this is definitely the card you're picking. Cause you get the heal and you get the filter, that's super solid. And like, you can always ditch a card and then pick that card back up. If you don't need the filter, so it's still a heal. The early play condition's really nice, yeah. I mean, this is the early play of choice for most decks, I think. 3-2 Hoshino. Experience 6 if the sum of levels of your card is 6 or more. All of your Kavoto's characters get +1k power. When this is placed on stage your hand, you may heal 1. And then Climax combo. When this attacks, if you have the Pants Climax in your Climax area, this turn, this gets 2k power and choose one of the 2 effects and resolve it. Burn 1 to your opponent, or ditch 2. You may pay the cost with you, burn 3 to your opponent. Honestly, this is fine. This is pretty decent. It heals, and then you can burn 1 or burn 3. Ditch 2 is really expensive, so you're not going to do this in 3 lanes. Honestly, it'll be a struggle to even do it twice, so you're probably going to do burn 1, burn 3. Or, maybe if you're lucky, do burn 1, burn 3, burn 3. Notably that it's 1k stack, so, I mean, if you have 3 of these, that's gonna be like 11-5, 12-5s. And then on offense, you're gonna have an additional 2k. That's 14-5 offensively, which is just insane. So, I mean, that's pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like, I don't think it's, is it 4-star worthy? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's probably better than average. 00 Noah. Climax combo. Ditch 1. Send the book climax from your climax area to your waiting room. Oof. Ditch 1 and ditch the book, so you can't really spam multiple. At the start of your encore step, you may pay the cost if you do. Look up to 3 cards on the top of your deck. Choose up to 3 Kavotos characters from among them. Show it to your opponent. Add it to hand. Send the rest to waiting room. So you could get up to 3 characters from this. Um, Pay 1, rest this, reveal a top card of your deck. If that card is a Kavotos character, add it to hand. So you could pay 1, rest this, and then not get a Kavotos character. This sucks. This is really bad. I don't know why anybody would play this. Maybe there's some book synergy in here, but if there isn't, this is really garbage. Like you ditch 1 and then you could plus up to 3, which maxes you at 2 to plus, and it may only be 1 to plus. You can't play events with this. The secondary effect is kinda garbage. It's on book, which is one of the worst triggers in the game. Yeah, I guess it's just really not that good. This is really kind of bad. You'd be better off playing the other level 0 combo, honestly, if you're gonna play a 0 combo. Cats! Moboy and, Midori. They do the exact same thing, so we're gonna rate them together. You have another front row Midori. This gets plus 2k power, so it's 6-5. Ditch 1. When this is placed on stage from your hand or deck, you may pay the cost. If you do, search your deck for up to 1-0 Midori. Place on stage in a slot, shuffle your deck afterwards. And then Midori does the same thing, but in reverse. So you play it, you could summon the other one, and then if you have both of them, they're both 6-5. These are solid. If you're not playing a level 1 combo, these are pretty decent. Because they just kind of like, you get one of them, and then all of a sudden you've got a second one. So it's very easy to have attackers at level 1 with decent power levels. Oh. They're fine. Cats are cool. Cats are cute. I like that they're actually cats. And like, the profile is called cats too. So, the profile is like colloquially called cats, and they have the 2 cat twins, which is great. 1-1 Shiroko. Was this Nekopara that just popped on too? Wait, was that what just happened? I think it is. That's fucking hilarious. 1-1 Shiroko. I think it is, actually. I think it was a Nekopara song that just came on. Well, we're talking about cats. 1-1 Shiroko. Assist level. Level assist. Ditch one climax. When you trigger a climax, you may pay the cost. If you do choose one character in your waiting room, add to hands. I mean, okay, so this is when you trigger a pants, you can salvage a climax. So, if you have too many climaxes in hand, this gives you the ability to ditch the climax to salvage a character instead. Um, it's fine. It's fine. It's not the worst pants support there is. It's a level assist in a deck that probably could use a level assist, I guess. I'd prefer my trigger support to be at level 0, though. 2-1 Asuna. The big personality. It's a 3K backup. 2-1 3K backup. When you use this card's backup, choose one of your battling characters. This turn it gets the following ability. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, send it to memory, which basically means exile. Yep, you could. It's a 3K memory counter. You can exile a character that you kill with it. You need it? There it is. Two one Neru. Experience 3. If the sum of the levels of cards in your level zone is 3 or more, this gets plus 5k power, so it's a 10-5. Experience 5. At the start of your encore step, if you have pants in your climax area, and this is in your front row, and the sum of levels in cards in your level zone is 5 or more. So up to one card from the top of your deck to stock, then choose up to one character from your waiting room, add it to hand. That is a lot of conditions. It's at the start of your encore step. What? I mean, for the top of your deck to stock. I'm kind of glad that does it at the end of your turn instead of like during your turn if it's gonna blind stock you, but I prefer it not do that. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced on this. It's powerful. It's 10-5. But yeah. Let's roll in 5 with the combo, with the climax too. But you get to that point, you're 2-1, so you're getting to the point where you might be fighting early plays. Which could be a lot bigger. People have assists in the back row then. And, you know, you're gonna have to immediately panel that stock, so I'm not a huge fan with this one. Eris! Another disappointment. Super cute card! Pass sucks since she's not that good. When this is placed on stage from hand, look it up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 card among them, add to hand, so the rest of the way row. Climax combo. Pay 5, ditch 3. On the book. When this attacks, if you have the book climax in your climax area, you may pay the cost. If you do this, gets plus 4k power, so it's a 15k. Then perform the following effect 2 times. Send the bottom 8 cards of your opponent's waiting room to the... Well, So the bottom 8 cards of your opponent's deck to the waiting room, then deal X damage to your opponent. X equals the number of climaxes sent to the waiting room by this effect. Okay, so here's the thing. This card is so expensive. It's so expensive. Pay 5, ditch 3? That's a lot of cards in your hands. And that's a lot of cards in your stock. And ultimately, the fact that it does it twice. Isotale for 8 is on average probably going to hit 1 to 2 climaxes in a reasonably compressed deck. So you're going to do 1 to 2 damage twice. So, wait, let's say 1.5 damage, right? So that's 3 damage. Or 2 instances of 1.5 damage. For pay 5, ditch 3? I mean, yes, you also basically mill 16 cards from your bottom of your opponent's deck, which almost guarantees that they're gonna clock themselves once. But oh my god, that is so expensive. And it's not a bad trigger. Book is a bad trigger. Maybe if this was pay 4, ditch 3, like maybe that would be reasonable, but like, that is a lot of like resources, because you need to basically make sure this goes off twice in order for it to be like super solid. And it's just not gonna happen. Because you're looking at that point, you're looking at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stock. That is a shit ton of stock. And, I mean, you're ditching... You gain a card, so this is really like ditch 2. That's 4 cards for the effect. 3 for playing a full field. So that's 7, plus 1 for the climax, it's 8. So you could definitely play 2 of these, with the ditch requirements, although it's really tight. You don't have a lot of room for error. But it's that stock. The stock is just way too much. You have to really, really make sure you get enough stock to do this. And the payoff is just not consistent enough. It's not terrible. You could probably get away with playing it if you wanted to, if you're a really big Eris fan. You know, she will make people turn twice. If you manage to make 2 of her go off, you have a very good chance of winning. She's just so inconsistent because of how much she costs. 00 Serica. When this is placed on stage from hand or set from stage to waiver, choose 1 card from your hand, and you may send it to stock. When this card attacks, choose 1 of your characters this turn. It gets plus 1500 power. I feel like there's just not really any reason for this power pump. I've been bringing it too because... there might be a reason you want this, but I feel like this is very selective. It's very niche. Like, 2 different effects that don't really have anything to do with each other. Yuzu! Put 1 Kavoto's character from hand to clock. When is this placed on stage? You may pay the cost. If you do, look up to 4 cards at the top of your deck. Just one card from among them, add it to hand to the rest of the waiting room. You can grab anything, you can grab events, you can grab climaxes. It's also a stockless cost if that's something that you care about. When climax is placed in your opponent's climax area, you may send this to stock. This is a fucking solid card. I'm not gonna give it 4 stars, I'm gonna give it 3, because there is actually a better recce at the set. But god damn it, man, this is a really good filter. If you need climaxes, if you really need climaxes and events, if you just want a card that you could slam down and be like, yo, give me something. You know, you don't wanna fuck around. This is the card in play. Also, she sometimes pluses herself randomly, so if your butt throws down a climax while she's out, she goes straight to stock. Pretty good, pretty good. 0-0 Akane, when this is placed on stage from hand. If your opponent has 1 or less characters in their front row, choose 1 cost 0 or lower character in your opponent's front row and may send it to the bottom of your opponent's deck. This is the fuck you if you went first card. There's been a lot more of those lately. Pay 2. When this card is sent from stage to waiting room, you would pay the cost. We do search your deck for up to 1 Kubota's character. Show it to your opponent, add it to your hand, shuffle it after. I actually think this card's pretty good. Stage to waiting room, I actually think is usually a better filter than on play for search effects specifically. Pay 2 is kind of an awkward cost. But if you're going second, or if you go first and then you want to have an extra turn before you're level 1 most of the time, this is not a bad card to play because you can instantly kill your opponent. Actually, no, now that I think about it, it's okay, it's okay. I don't want to oversell it, it's fine. Zero Shiroko. Ditch a climax. When this card is placed on stage from hand, you must pay the cost. If you do, choose 1 Kavoda's character in your waiting room, add to hand. So it's a ditch climax salvage. At the start of your opponent's attack phase, you may move this to an empty card, a slot in your front row slot. Alright, so this is a free runner that is also a climax ditch salvage. It's pretty good, pretty good. If you're playing 8 pants, this is probably what you're gonna play. Either that or the 1-1 pant support, either one's probably fine. Of the 2, I would actually probably play this one, cause you can play this as a free runner on your first turn. And then you can play it for the filter on any subsequent turns. 0-0 Toki. If you have 2 or more other Kavodos characters, this gets plus 2k power. Weiss Schwarz battle opponent is reversed. If you have 4 or less stock, we send that character to the bottom of your opponent's deck. I mean, it's 3-5. At bottom decks, random people. I don't know. I feel like there's better plusing level 0s. But it does deny people some, like, on waiting room effects. So, it has some use cases. Also, cute bunny girl outfit. 1-0 Hibiki. Experience 2. If the sum of levels in your cards is 2 or more, 3k power. So it's 6k. Ditch one card. When this card is placed from your hand to stage, you may pay cost. If you do, choose one level 0 or lower character in your waiting room. Place on stage in any slot. I have no idea what you'd be playing, but sure, why not? Uh, I, 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 I've yet to see a lot of good cards like this actually do much. Experience 2. If the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 2 or more, this gets plus 2k power. So it becomes a 5500 power character. Miss attacks. All players mill 1. If the level of the card you milled is higher than the card your opponent milled by this effect, miss the top card of your deck to stock. Okay. So, you're rewarded for having lots of high-level cards in your deck. Oh, I guess 2. Play a lot of high-level cards might make it worth it. I don't really know. I don't think it'll be worth it, but... Chihiro! Experience 5. During your turn, if the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 5 or more, it gets plus 6k power, so it's 13k. On your turn only, and then pay 1 when this card's damage is cancelled. You may pay cost if you do. Search your deck for up to 1 Kavoto's character. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and shuffle your deck afterwards. I don't really know why you would play this, but sure, I mean, you know what? It's a 13k striker. That'll definitely get over some cards. If you really want to get over something, there you go. Neru! Experience 6 during your turn if the sum of levels of cards in your level zone is 6 or more. This gets plus 3k power, so it's 12.5. This ability activates up to once per turn. During the turn this is placed on stage from hand. At the end of this card's attack, you may send the bottom 3 cards of your opponent's deck in the waiting room. If there are no climaxes among them, stand this. So it's a restander, a potentially free restander. But not a guaranteed restander. I don't know. You're hoping you don't reveal 3 climaxes. I mean, I guess if you do reveal 3 climaxes, that's also not the end of the world. You're hoping that there's not 3 climaxes on the bottom of your opponent's deck. So you could restand. Man, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think it's very good, but... I mean, when it goes off, you get to swing twice for free, so... But it doesn't EP, so this would be an off finisher. And why play this and you could play the yellow one? Or Hita. Yutaha! During your turn, if you have 2 or more other Kubota's characters, this gets plus 2k power. So it's 3k. Pay 1, rest 2 of your characters. Flip over the top 5 cards of your deck, then send them to the waiting room. For each climax among them, search for your deck for up to 1 Kubota's character. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck afterwards. I really... Okay, so wait, it's It's offensively powerful brainstorm that rests two of your characters. To look for one extra I don't see this card ever being used. It's not like a bad card, it's just like the effects don't make any sense to put together like this. The only reason you would play this card is if you wanted to brainstorm like your back. You had two characters in the back row that you wanted to rest and attack with this instead. And it's 3K, so it's like, it's not impossible at level 0 to do it like that, but like, why would you plan to do that? Like, he could just play, a regular brainstorm and pick a better, like, plussing 0 or like a utility level 0 that had more power. Doesn't really make sense to me. Hair! Pay 1, ditch 1 Kuvoto's character when you do this. Wait, oh, sorry. When this is placed on stage or hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. Shift to 1 card from among them as to hand. Instead of the rest of the waiting rail. During this card's battle, when damage you take is cancelled, you may send this to stock. Okay, so it's another, like, filter, get a card, any card, climax, event. And then it randomly pluses, so it can sometimes refund itself. So you can filter Kavod as for anything in the top 3. This is a solid card. I like this card. If for some reason you don't want a Ricky, you can play this one instead. Get a little less options, because you have to, like, you're ditching a Kavodos. You have to really ditch a character. But you have to pay stock. The other one you didn't have to pay stock for. You have like 3 options to top check X, basically. So, like, pick whichever one you like. They're all good. Aimi. When this is placed on stage from hand, look at the top card of your deck. Put it on top or bottom of your deck. So it's a scry. When this is placed on stage or hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is a Kavoda's character or an event, you may add to hand a ditch card. I do not know why you would play this. Yeah, I don't really see a use case for this. I don't really see I mean, it does something. You get to look it up to 2 cards at the top of your deck and pick one of them to put in your hand. And a ditch afterwards, but like, is that worth it? Like, I don't think so. I just can't think of why else you would do this. Sumayer. If you have 2 or less stock, this gets plus 1500 power. And there's sometimes there's like synergy with cards like that, but I just didn't see any synergy that like really mattered. Like, I would prefer that card over a different card that did something similar. You have 2 or less stock, this gets plus 1500 power, so it's 3K sometimes. Pay 1, put the top card of your deck into your clock. Ooh, it's another Ricky. When this is placed on stage or hand, you may pay the cost. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 cost 0 Kavoda's character, whose level is equal or lower than your level. Place on stage in any slot. Oh. Wait, hold on. There is that one card that activates on play from deck. That you could then ditch one and grab another copy of it. That would be really quirky though. I don't know why you would do this. And the fact you have to be level 1, I don't see, like, why? Why would people do this? I just don't really see a good use case for this. Like, you just play a normal Ricky, and then play it on play. It's cost 0. Like, you just grab a level 1 or lower. But what else it cost 0 if it's not level 1 or lower? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Eris! Pay 1. When this is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost if you do search your deck for up to 1 climax. Show it to your opponent, then choose up to 1 climax in your hand. Show it to your opponent, swap them, and shuffle your deck afterwards. So it's a deck climax fixer. You pay 1, you can swap a climax in your hand for one in your deck. It's fine. It's fine. It's a climax fixer. I don't really see much of a big difference between the one. I actually kind of think the ones in your deck is probably better than one in your waiting room. Because this lets you look at your deck. And that's the big thing. This lets you look at your deck and see what's in there if you want to. If you're playing Gold Bar, that could be really important. Or you're playing with Blind Socks. This lets you look at your deck and get information your opponent won't be able to see. Utaha! Discard 1. Set it to the bottom of your deck. Search your deck for up to 1 Kavoda's character, show it to your opponent, add to hand, shuffle your deck afterwards. It's a costless search filter. Bergiza. I actually don't mind this card. I play the exact same profile in Arifreda. Also, it's an act, in case you need that. During your turn, if the sum of levels of your cards in your level zone is 2 or more, it gives plus 4k power, so it's 7k on your turn. Once it's placed on stage from your hand, choose 1 card for your level zone, 1 card in your winning room. You may swap them. It's fine, I guess. You have so many options for level fixing. You really can pick whatever you want. I don't know if I would pick this card, but... Hey, you know, if you like the Nome, it's not a bad one. Experience 2 on the 1-0 Maki. During your turn, if the sum of levels of your cards in your level zone is 2 or more, it gets plus 4k power, so it's a 7-5 level 1. Oh, on your turn only, never mind. If this card's damage is cancelled, you may return it to its hand. It can plus itself, but if it does, it also doesn't kill whatever it's fighting. That is a 1-star. I do not like this profile at all. Nothing worse than, like, slamming into your opponent and then not only not doing damage, but realizing, oh shit, if I want a plus, I have to also let my opponent plus. I mean, it's not a bad card to crash into your opponent. Cause, like, worst comes to worst, it'll just not plus. but I feel like at that point you're kind of playing to lose. You're like playing with the idea that losing is probably gonna happen, so. 1-1 Akane. When a clash splits your climax area, this gets plus 3k power, and auto, when this card's spell opponent is reversed, you may send that character to the bottom of your opponent's deck, and it says Encore. So it's offensively 7/5s. It has Encore. I don't know why you would play this. I don't think this is worth it. It's very, very not good card effects. 2-1 Karen. It's a level assist, and when climax is placed in your climax area, choose one of your characters. This turn, this gets 1k power and the following ability. When this card's spell opponent is reversed, we send it to the bottom of the deck. This one's fine. I think it's 2-1, which is pretty expensive for this, but they can power pump something 1k when you place a climax. Okay, it's fine. I don't think I would play it, but it's fine, I think. The other 2-1 Karen. If you have 2 or more other Kubota's characters, this gets plus 2k power, so it's 8/5. Whisk attacks. The level of the character crossing is 3 or higher, gets plus 4,500. Fixed at 13k. When this card's spell opponent is reversed, we send this character to the bottom of your opponent's deck. Team bottom deck a level 3. I guess it's fine. Game Development Department. It's an event. 2-0. Choose up to 1 of your characters. This turn, it gains the following ability. When this card's battle opponent is reversed, choose 1 Kubota's character in your waiting room. You may add it to hand. Send this to stock. So, at worst, this card just says, this card goes to stock. So you play it from hand and it goes to stock. But, if you happen to get a reverse, you also get to salvage a character. As a 4-star. That's good. That's a good card. It basically always... it's never a neg. The 2-1 is a neg. This one's never a neg. This one can only plus you, or go neutral. So yeah, I like this event. This one's a good event. And that's it. That is... that is, Blue Archives. So, my thoughts are... I think the trial deck's pretty reasonably powerful for a trial deck. I think Arya's squad is probably... begrudgingly probably one of the better decks. Maybe followed by something to do with Choice. I think Choice, Hifumi has a lot of potential, especially with the early play, or especially with the off-finisher yellow Maki, I think. This one, or Mika, sorry, Mika. So there's definitely some potential there with the Hifumi and the Mika level 1 choice. I think Gold Bar is extraordinarily mediocre. And I think Panther is kind of along with it. I think it's kind of... it's okay. Hita looks really powerful if you can figure out how to get the power pump working correctly for it. So 8 Door does definitely have some bite to it. And I think Eris got shafted with her book. So, yeah. Anyways, that's our show today. Like and subscribe. Check me on twitch.tv/LisaLabits if you want to catch these things live. Alright, I love you guys. Bye-bye.